Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I would request all of you to kindly please settle down and please put your mobile phones on silent as we are about to begin our event. Good morning, esteemed guests on campus, our respected faculty, and my fellow student delegates. On behalf of Operations Area Committee, I welcome you all to the 7th Operations Conclave under SPJIMR Business Academy Conclave, which is one of the biggest industry academy event organized by a B school in India. Here we bring in thoughts and practices from academia, industry practitioners, and subject matter experts on a same platform to discuss major trends and current practices that influence operations and supply chain practices of various businesses. On behalf of Operations Conclave, we would like to welcome our guest from industry present with us today, starting with Mr. Shiv Abhilash Bhardwaj, Chairman, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, India. Dr. Sriram Narayanan, Associate Professor, Department of Supply Chain Management, Michigan State University. Dr. Rakesh Sinha, Head Global Supply Chain, Manufacturing and IT, Godrej Consumer Products Limited. Mr. J. Sridharan, former President, Aditya Birla Group. Mr. Dinakar Adhyam, Managing Director, Saint Gobain Securities India. Dr. Jairam K. Iyer, Chief Strategy and Analytics Officer at matrimony.com. Our Dean, Dr. Ranjan Banerjee. Head of Operations Area, Dr. Sajeev George. Mr. Anand Pandey, founder Apna Media. He's not here. We will now be starting our event with the customary lamp lighting ceremony. I would like to call upon stage our Dean Dr. Ranjan Banerjee, Dr. Shisha Iyer, our keynote speaker Shri Shiv Bhardwaj, Dr. Sriram Narayanan, Dr. Sajeev George, and our committee coordinator Prakhar Vashne on the stage for the lamp lighting ceremony.
इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना, हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना, इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना, हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना.
Good morning, everyone. We welcome you all to Operations Conclave 2016. I, Jyotirmay,
And I, Priyasha, will be your host today for this event.
before we start, we would like to remind the audience that there are a lot of audience prizes to be won, for which one has to use hashtag SBAC is here and hashtag SPJIMR in their tweets regarding some valuable insights that they received during the course of this event. The tweets will be judged on creativity and maximum number of tweets. So stay active and stay alert and win exciting prizes. The theme for our conclave this year is transforming India into a global manufacturing hub, challenges and opportunities. I would now request our Dean, Dr. Ranjan Banerjee, to please come up on stage with his inaugural address.
Okay, so respected guests, faculty members, students, and friends, it's a pleasure to address this conclave. And I must confess that by education, I'm actually qualified to address this conclave. Long ago, I did a degree in mechanical engineering from IIT Bombay. So I do have a background in engineering. My PhD was in channels and game theoretic applications to channels, which I think is somewhere in between marketing and supply chain. So that could be a second qualification. But I think I'm not really an expert in this domain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flag maybe 2 or 3 issues that maybe the panelists and some of the speakers could consider. So very old memory, my father was from a place in West Bengal called Adra, which is in a district called Purulia. I don't think too many people will be aware of Adra, but Adra is a rail town. And when we used to go back to Adra, people who knew my father from his childhood days would then ask me what I was doing, and I would proudly say I am from IIT, and they would say, "Oh, ITI." And at that time, it was a source of considerable frustration that people had heard of ITI and not IIT. But perhaps that may be the first point that I want to make, that going forward, maybe the quality of the IITIs, the qualities of the technical skilling that we are able to give in the country is as or more important than the quality of the premier education that we get from the IITs. We spend so much mind space on the IITs. How much mind space do we spend? And perhaps the IITs need to contribute to, the quality of the skilling that is provided at the IITs. Because fundamentally, there are many things about India becoming a global manufacturing hub. But the most fundamental thing is we need to look at employability on a large scale. Because if you look at the issue concerning the country today, it is this, that there is a certain portion of the population and that is represented, that is privileged, that is in this room, that has got wealthy and is having an international lifestyle. But if we are not able to spread that around, if we are not able to see progress, because the difference was earlier the rich got richer, the poor stayed where they were, and the poor didn't know about it. Today, thanks to the proliferation of the media, the rich are getting richer, the poor are staying poor, but they now know about it. So you had better work on it. I mean, there is a humanitarian aspect to it. There is also a simply sustainable aspect to it. How much inequality is sustainable in a society before that society starts to revolt? So this is kind of one very simple perspective that the ITIs are as important as the IITs. The second perspective is that when we look at Make in India, the question that we must ask ourselves is, what is our strategy? This is India in manufacturing in the world. How are we going to compete? Is it quality? Is it cost? Is it both? Number one. And number two, which sectors? Because if you look at employment, I think 70% of India is family business, conservative, maybe more. A lot of that family business is in the small and medium enterprise. A lot of that is manufacturing. And perhaps if we really want to get the scale and employability, it must go down to the SME sector. And we had a very interesting experience. The Lieutenant Governor of the state of Michigan was here and he met us. And we have a partnership with MSU and therefore there are some conversations. And he was talking to me, he said, look, the second level of interest is that currently what has happened is that the large manufacturing firms in the US are dealing with some supply units in India. Largely those supply units in India themselves have also scaled. But he said the second level is the suppliers to the manufacturing units in the US. They also need to become cost competitive and they need to look for partners. So there is a second level. Now this second level is not the large supplier to a Tata's. The second level is the next level of ancillary unit. And this level of ancillary unit now needs to come up to world class in terms of cost as well as world class in terms of quality. So on that, I will have one more personal experience to share and then one more question and then I will leave it. And this personal experience is I had the good fortune to work with an Indian company, family business, which was trying to become a multinational, and it bought a company in Europe. It bought a company in the US. And the idea of this purchase was ultimately that the US and Europe products already had a market. So they already had turnover. The idea was very simple. If we can shift the manufacturing from Europe and the US to India, then even with transportation, the cost was working out to be something like 30-40% cheaper. So the price does not need to change. The margins go up and you can sustain that growth. What was the actual experience? There were 2 or 3 aspects of the actual experience. The first aspect of the actual experience was that shifting of the manufacturing took far longer because there had to be a know-how transfer. And what they did not anticipate was that the people who had to make that know-how transfer, every time if they transferred the know-how, their friends lost jobs. So they found reasons to delay that know-how transfer. So the first thing is not a manufacturing issue, it's an incentive alignment issue. The second is this issue of quality mindsets and communication. Initially, they tried to do this by circulating drawings and specification, and it just does not happen. So the actual shift did not take place till they got engineers from Switzerland to come and spend 2 months on the shop floor in India, working with our people on the process. Because otherwise what tends to happen, and I think this is an important thought, because there is one level of development which needs to be done, which is the skilling, which we've talked about, which we need to skill people for manufacturing, and that is one. The second is if our small and medium enterprises are to be geared up, then there is a quality mindset in the owners of Indian SMEs, and that education and mindset change is a fairly large change. So I don't know whether we are thinking about this. The third, and this is a final question, and as I said, I am not an expert, so I'm just provoking a few questions. And the third and important question is this: what are the restrictions we are placing on companies which want to make in India? Because if we don't place restrictions, there is a very real danger. You know, India as a country has less stringent environmental norms. Is there a real danger that we will grow manufacturing and grow pollution at the same time? So what are we doing to ensure that this manufacturing and employment growth does not come at the cost of the environment? I'm not an expert, as I said. I'm leaving these questions for you. I think this has huge potential, right? Because it is really about employment, and employment is where the solutions to the problems of the country lie. But there are many issues to deliberate. We've got a great panel to deliberate it. I'm happy to just listen to the panel going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. Truly, to what Dr. Banerjee just said, the theory behind our theme this year is simple yet compelling. Over the last couple of years, India's growth story and its potential of becoming a celestial economy has been something that has hogged a lot of limelight at the global center stage. However, we have just touched the tip of the iceberg. We have made some headway in services field as well as in manufacturing, but so far as growing the small scale manufacturer goes, we have still a long way to go. Our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi's Make in India campaign was a good initiative in this direction. However, in today's conclave, we try to explore a bit further and identify what strategic strengths can India and businesses leverage to achieve this transformation, with India catering to the needs of not just local markets, but the global markets as well. We all know that India offers benefits of low factor costs to businesses. But is that enough? What policies are needed to complement to these advantages so that India becomes a strategic manufacturing location for big businesses across the world? Above all, what capability building do businesses need to make, as well as the nation needs to focus on in order to achieve this transformation? These questions hold the key to transforming India into a hotbed of innovations in technology, supply chain, and business operations, thus fostering an environment of growth. In our conclave this year, we'll try to find an answer to some of these questions through our faculty and keynote addresses, student address, and panel discussion between industry practitioners and experts. We would now be presenting a short video before you encapsulating the theme of this year's conclave.
इसलिए मैं आज लाल किले की प्राचीर से विश्व भर में लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं, कम मेक इन इंडिया।
I'm sure that this is not an exhaustive list, and there are also a number of other challenges which need to be addressed to achieve this transformation. We hope to unravel some of these points during the course of today's conclave. So let's begin our discussion on the theme with a small video presenting the views of the students and the academia.
Hello, I'm Deepak Raghunath from PGDM Operations of SPJIMR. We would like to introduce the theme of this year's Operations Conclave, that is, transforming India into a manufacturing hub. With the aggressive promotion of Make in India, there is hope that we can relive our former glory as a producer economy flourishing with primary goods. But there is also an inherent trap that we could become a low-cost alternative for global MNCs to assemble their products, like how Shenzhen has become. We have seen from our global fast-track experience that abroad, the SMEs lack the efficiency drive which Indian SMEs have ingrained in them naturally. And hence, our Indian SMEs have that global advantage. We must focus on building up these capabilities in our indigenous human capital towards process innovation and to bring these localized efficiencies to the mainstream. This should be backed by a strong primary supply chain, which is a natural strength for the Indian industry. We must remember that domestic consumption will always provide a robust foundation for India Inc., which can make it impervious to global fluctuations, something which the Chinese dragon has realized rather late.
So we have to see in what ways we are competitive and better off compared to any other country for other companies to select as our manufacturing hub. If you take any item, even the travel to the moon, we were able to send our rocket to the moon at 1/10 of the cost which NASA has spent. So you can see the frugal engineering and the innovative way things are happening is going to be the most competitive edge which is going to attract people. Process innovation and product innovation will guide the future. There, India will contribute in a big way. If you look at the talent pool, gone are the days when people were looking countries where low cost skilled labor is available. When the technology improves, people require technicians, people require engineers. So in an advanced technology oriented business manufacturing, is engineering know-how, technical know-how required. And for that, India has got the highest number of the qualified pool. And demographically looking also, young generation who are there, who are workable age, also is on the highest in India. So other than the fact that our infrastructure, other facility for the making the bureaucratic process simpler, that has to be taken care of. So one side, our desire to be the manufacturing hub, another side, analyzing each type of industry and verifying whether how to make we as the attractive destination, giving a competitive edge so that other people will stand in queue to start up our issues here. And this, anyhow, the experts here will be discussing this. I wish a lot of ideas will come from this conclave for making India the attractive manufacturing hub of India. Thank you.
I would now like to call on stage the head of operations area, Dr. Sajib Abraham George, to share his views with us. Dr. Sajib is a PhD from IIT Bombay and has over 25 years of teaching experience in the field of operations and supply chain management. Dr. Sajib is also a prolific researcher with numerous papers published in reputed national and international journals to his credit. I would now leave the dais for Dr. Sajib George.
Thank you, Prayasha. Dean Dr. Ranjan Banerjee, Professor Shesh Iyer, distinguished speakers and panelists for today, my faculty colleagues, delegates, and students. A warm welcome once again to this Operations Conclave of SBAC. Today's theme is manufacturing. When the Operations Area Committee started planning for this conclave, the thought came to our mind was that this year we should focus on manufacturing. The previous editions of Operations Conclave of SBAC focused on different areas of supply chain management, procurement, logistics, and sustainability, technology, and so on. With these high-profile initiatives such as Make in India, Skill India, or even Startup India, and so on, we thought that this would be appropriate, or this year we should focus on innovations in manufacturing and also on challenges and opportunities for transforming India into a global manufacturing hub. In general, or people normally believe that manufacturing is the engine for economic growth, or main engine for economic growth and wealth creation. But if you look at manufacturing, the contribution of manufacturing to India's GDP, we can see that for the last 3 decades, it has been constant at around 16%. And the contribution of manufacturing to the employment also remain static at around 12% or so. At the same time, the progress that the economic progress the country has achieved in the last 2 to 3 decades, one simply cannot ignore that. But economy of our size, huge size and scope, economy like ours simply cannot ignore the area of manufacturing. I think there is no doubt that everybody believes that there should be some kind of a balanced growth when you look at the 3 different or major sectors of economy, whether it is agriculture or industry or services. We need to have a balanced growth. Manufacturing contributes a major part of industry, and unless otherwise you have capabilities in manufacturing, there is much more difficulty in achieving higher growth in industry and also in economic growth. So we need to generate, or we need to have capabilities, both technological and managerial, to achieve maybe competitive priorities for businesses in terms of not just cost, quality, delivery, flexibility, and innovation, and so on. If you look at the Make in India website, you can see a very, very ambitious vision where the country wants to increase the contribution of manufacturing to around 25%, and also increasing maybe the number of jobs, maybe around 100 million additional jobs in the manufacturing area for the next maybe 7 to 8 years by 2022. I don't know how ambitious that is and how difficult it is to even achieve that. But if you look at different sectors of manufacturing, is it that we should focus on all different sectors? Definitely, that is a big question that is to be answered. We need to have some kind of say policy or some kind of a principle. I think Dr. Banerjee has already spoken about it. I'm also sure that Sriram and others will talk about this. So where it's about what are the specific focus areas or specific sectors where we need to say focus our attention to. I strongly feel that we need to focus on skill intensive or labor intensive sectors of manufacturing than say capital intensive. In general, people feel that manufacturing is more capital intensive as compared to services which are more labor intensive. But there are many labor intensive sectors of manufacturing, such as maybe textiles and garments, and maybe jewelry, gems, and food processing. Those are some of the sectors where there is possibility for developing more employment, and at the same time employment for maybe the economically backward. So considering that, there is a need to focus on these sectors. At the same time, there are also sectors which are of strategic importance, such as say defense equipment, aeronautics, and maybe other sectors as well, where there could be some focus. But to achieve this faster growth in manufacturing, what the government has to do, of course, we cannot ignore the small and medium scale enterprises. they play a very, very powerful role in reviving the manufacturing, reviving or revitalizing the manufacturing sector. So the government has to provide infrastructure, manufacturing infrastructure, so that there is more investment coming in this country, so that there is possibility for manufacturing to flourish. There is definitely a compelling need for maybe skill development initiatives, and there is definitely say issues in terms of reforms in policy, labor, and taxes, and so on. And I also feel that we need to define the area of Make in India in a broader perspective. I think it's important for us to understand making as processes which are all encompassing the different value adding processes in a supply chain, rather than just the manufacturing part. In fact, for an example, if you take maybe the case of a smartphone, if iPhone or Apple gets maybe $150 of a smartphone and China gets just $7 to $8, can we say that the phone is manufactured in China or phone is made in China? Maybe we can only say that it is made in the US with manufacturing happen in China. So which basically means that many of the value adding processes, larger value adding processes, are shifting towards innovation, say maybe product design, innovations in product processes, and maybe marketing and so on. So that has to capture the broad picture. That's a very, very important thing. So I'm very, very happy that this year we have been successful in having most eminent speakers here to talk about this or to share their views on this theme. I thank once again all our speakers and panelists to have accepted our invitation to say share their thoughts on this theme. In the run-up for our operations conclave, we also had a student competition, because we involve our students in all the activities. All our activities are actually student centric. We only facilitate that. So the student competition was also based on this theme, and we had a very, very tough competition, and the winner of the competition, Adnan, will also be speaking today. I'm very sure that all of you will appreciate the student perspective on this theme as well. The operations area committee, they worked very, very hard for last 2 to 3 months. They have worked tirelessly. I congratulate them for their for their teamwork and making this happen. Let me welcome everybody once again to this conclave, and may the force be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would now like to welcome our first keynote speaker, Shri Shiv Avilash Bhardwaj. Shri Bhardwaj is the chairman of Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, India. He is an internationally acclaimed expert on nuclear safety and had an illustrious career with Department of Atomic Energy and the Nuclear Power Corporation of India. His specific areas of work include design and engineering of the Indian pressurized heavy water reactors. He retired as a distinguished scientist of DAE from NPCIL in January 2013. He then served as Homi Bhabha Chair Professor in the Department of Atomic Energy. Shri Bhardwaj is recipient of Indian Nuclear Society Lifetime Achievement Award and Award for Outstanding Achievement in Nuclear Technology, including nuclear safety. He is also a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. I would now like to call upon stage Shri Shiv Avilash Bhardwaj.
Good morning. In this conclave, I am neither from business nor from academia. That is what the introduction says. But yes, I regulate some part of the business, which is nuclear business. But as an Indian, I am interested in transforming India. And when I was a student till this date, maybe time span of 50 years, I have seen India getting transformed like anything. It is unimaginable from where to where we have come when I was a student to this date. But then it is always transforming, is always a work in progress. The end is never reached. Today we have newer challenges and very new opportunities. And most of the opportunities are here. And we need to address the questions raised by Dr. Banerjee. That is a challenge. But I will like to give you a case study of how nuclear power program in India has developed as a basis for evaluating what are our potentials. Nuclear power program in India has quite a bit transformed India, particularly the manufacturing sector. We are not talking of how much power we are delivering, but what transformation it has brought to the sector is very important. And just to give you the background of all this, I think I'll have to very quickly go through what nuclear power is and what it can do. The background is that the fuel materials for nuclear energy production are uranium, and people also say thorium. Out of this, uranium is a fuel, some part of it is a fuel, but thorium is not a fuel at all. And we'll see what it is. Thorium can be converted to fuel, but it is not a fuel. To go through very quickly, the uranium which you mine, and we mine it in India, in eastern parts of the country, in Bihar, in fact, right now, and in Andhra Pradesh. The uranium which is found in nature has got less than 1% of usable fuel, that is 0.7% uranium-235, which can produce energy by fissioning. Balance 99.3% is not a fuel. It is uranium of a different kind, uranium-238, which again can be converted to fuel when we use it in the reactors, but it is not a fuel at all. So all the reactors of the world today are actually using this 0.7% uranium-235, and there are 435 nuclear power plants operating in the world, and there are large number of research reactors, there are large number of ships and submarines floating around using nuclear reactors. The total number of reactors on the earth could be around 1,000 today. And they produce electricity. And when they produce electricity, some uranium-235 gets consumed and it produces a small quantity of waste, as I've shown here, and an artificial fuel, plutonium, from that uranium-238, which is not a fuel at all. A small component of that is getting converted to fuel, which is man-made fuel, plutonium. But we are left with a very large chunk of unused uranium, which is uranium-238. Now, I have shown unused uranium separately, the waste separately, and the synthetic fuel produced separately. But they are not separate, they are all embedded in the fuel which you used. So, in fact, it is like this. All this material is called spent fuel and it is called waste. Most of the world calls this waste, out of which actually a very small fraction, less than 1%, is actually radioactive waste. Remaining was not. But since we are not separating them out, we call the whole material as waste. But if you separate it out, plutonium and radioactive waste remains embedded. If you separate out, then you have waste, a very small quantity available separately, synthetic fuel available separately, and unused uranium separately. And this is the basis of Indian nuclear power program, right from its inception. And when the inception happened, when this thought process was initiated in the country, conceived by Dr. Bhabha way back in 1950s. 1955, we announced to the world that we are going to do this. 1955 is very soon after our independence. That we are going to separate out these things and we are going to use this unused uranium further. That is recycling of reprocessed plutonium. The artificial fuel produced, he said, we will reuse. The artificial fuel which is produced is very capable fuel. It can be mixed with some unused uranium And what can be made theoretically are breeder reactors. They breed fuel. They produce more fuel than what they consume. They produce more plutonium than what is consumed. If you put 1 ton of plutonium in the reactor, you produce power, and at the end you have some 1.05 or 1.1 tons of plutonium. You have increased the quantity. So you can build many more reactors. You can produce electricity, and you can make many more reactors. This is what he conceived, and we are on this path even today. In fact, the first fast breeder reactor is going to be commissioned very shortly now in the country. And then the extra plutonium which you produce again gets mixed with additional uranium, and so on. The process continues. You can make more and more reactors. It is a geometrical progression thereafter. Once the quantity of uranium shrinks, you can shift to thorium, which we have plenty in the country. Very large quantity of thorium, which is not a fuel, but it can be converted to fuel again with the similar process. And this is the time, around this time, all that waste you had produced earlier can be burnt. These reactors, that waste can be put in the periphery and that can be burnt. Burn means its life can be reduced. Today we know, we keep on hearing that nuclear waste has very long life. Yes, it can have. But if you separate out the way Homi Bhabha assumed, which we are doing, and that separated long-lived waste can be burnt in these reactors. So at the end of all this, when the thorium gets consumed, you will also not have waste, because thorium does not by itself produce long-lived waste. So that was the plan which was thought, and this is called three-stage nuclear power program in the country. We are on this first stage where we have little uranium, and therefore we are adding some capacity. But when these breeder reactors are possible, the growth rate will be fast because it is a geometrical progression. And then some towards the end, we'll add thorium. And the calculations show that you can feed this country with up to about 5 centuries of the power requirement through thorium. But it has to wait till we have these breeder reactors, which we are on. So this is what nuclear energy can provide. It's a unique feature that used fuel may be reprocessed to recover recyclable material to provide fresh fuel. You don't have to mine anymore. So a nuclear reactor produces power and it also produces fuel. It also produces fuel. That is the advantage. And it does not produce greenhouse gases. It's a clean energy. And that is where Dr. Bhabha thought of a three-stage program for sustaining quality of life in this country. And he thought of it in 1955. This is the man. He became an engineer, but his desire was to become a physicist. So he told his father that his interest is in physics. So he shifted to physics because of interest. And he became one of the top physicists in the world at that time. But then, just before Second World War, he came back to India. And looking at India, he never thought of going back. He is one man who came back to India, and he decided that he will stay in India and work for India. In fact, he brought many other people to India later from foreign countries. And you see, in 1944, that is before independence, he decided to set up a lab in India for nuclear research. This is before independence. And he approached Trust, and the Trust supported him very soon. And in December 45, he set up what is called Tata Institute of Fundamental Research today. The picture shows the Tata Fundamental Research. And this is before independence. But look, 1947, we got independence. And within few months, Atomic Energy Act was passed in the country. And in August 1948, Atomic Energy Commission was constituted. And so many things happened. Atomic Energy started developing. They started looking for resources. What are these? The uranium and thorium started getting explored in the country. And you can go through this, that uranium, thorium resources, which were not even matters of textbook information at that time, was getting processed in the country. I'll again not spend much time on this. Department of Atomic Energy was created, and in 1955, thorium plant started operating in Trombay. And the first research reactor, in fact, the first research reactor of Asia, Apsara, was commissioned in 1956. And in 1957, what is today called as BRC, Atomic Energy Establishment, was created. And he set up a training setup. He found that what is needed for the country is not only uranium, thorium, you need the experts in India. And the university system does not teach nuclear technology. There is a famous statement from Dr. Bhabha here. When nuclear energy has been successfully applied for power production in, say, a couple of decades from now, India will not have to look abroad for its experts, but will find them readily at hand. This is what he said. And he made it happen. In 1957, he set up what was called as training school, and today it is a recognized university from UGC called Homi Bhabha National Institute, which produces experts in nuclear technology at various levels, MTech, PhDs. This has been an asset, and therefore you see, and Dr. Bhabha in an accident died in 1966, January 1966. But whatever road he had set up, you see what started happening. Uranium Corporation of India Limited, 1967. Electronics Corporation of India, same year. Power Projects Engineering Division, which handles all the power projects, nuclear power projects in the country, 1967. Nuclear Fuel Complex, which produces the fuel for all the reactors, 1971. Heavy Water Board, which produces heavy water. The first plant actually got set up when Dr. Bhabha was there, 1962 at Nangal. And the trend continued. Some of you may know that in 1974, the first two units shown here, RAPS 1 and 2, were actually being constructed in India with the help of Canadians, Atomic Energy of Canada Limited. But during the construction of this plant, the first unit was actually commissioned, but the second construction was going on, is that we got cut off from the world. That is the Pokhran first test. When the first test was done, the world said, no, we will not support you anymore. And we got cut off from the world. But then all the strengths built into the system by Dr. Bhabha, right from beginning, right from 1950s, he started building all the infrastructure in the country, that it did not discontinue the program. We were entirely on our own, and we are developing on our own entirely. Since recently, the world has come around looking at our strengths. They said, no, we will also take part in your business pie, and they're again with us now. The details are still under formulation with various countries. But this is what has happened because of the vision of one man. And in all this, today we are moving to fast reactors, as I said, reactors which will produce more fuel than what they consume. And within few months now, this company, Bhavini, will be commissioning its first plant. And this is the plant which is in the final stages of construction, prototype fast breeder reactor, a 500 megawatt reactor. All this is being done in India. I have shown some equipment. The Indian industry is manufacturing to the highest nuclear quality. I have shown some, but all electronics, all electrical equipment, all very high quality stainless steel equipment. And therefore, the fallout of all this is that we have today in the country the best quality techniques to find out that the equipment is very healthy. And using this equipment, the total number of years our reactors have operated, if you integrate all of them, is around 430. For 430 years, the plants have operating using Indian equipment. And therefore, the Indian industry can beat any challenge. The question is manufacturing hub. Yes, it can be done. In summary, what Dr. Bhabha thought right in the beginning, it is never an afterthought, that we must be self-reliant. Right from the day one, if you see his plan, and he thought ahead of time that a 3-stage program, the whole world is going to get into this 2-stage program at least. They will reprocess fuel one day, they will burn the waste. But I think India is, the thought process was ahead of that. Therefore, Bhabha had a vision of, you can call it make in India, but it was made in India since 1950s. And he laid the foundation for all this. And therefore, as a result, Indian industry has already materialized the vision. Not only this, there are so many others. And it is today matured to produce highest quality products now, and therefore, as a manufacturing hub, I don't have a doubt that it can be done. But this is not the only example. If you look at the space program, and incidentally, space was part of the Department of Atomic Energy in 1961. And Dr. Bhabha was the person who was handling this. Of course, he had asked Dr. Vikram Sarabhai to chair the committee which was formed initially. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai happened to be the next chairman Atomic Energy Commission after the death of Dr. Bhabha. And then you see the program has never looked back. It has been moving. And similarly, therefore, the future will happen. And you, the students, you will make it happen. But then this is not what you had asked me to do. The brochure you sent me around and the letters you have written me and what Dr. Banerjee told is that I am supposed to speak on this. Well, if you analyze, Dr. Bhabha exactly did this. He looked at whether we can be sustainable on whatever we are doing. In fact, I have underlined some of the keywords here, and I will very quickly, and these are the questions just now raised by Dr. Banerjee. You say that we are in a very good demographic condition, but yes, we have very large population and very large productive population in the years, 15 to 54, if you see, we have. But we have a scar here that the male population and female population is imbalanced, which is a scar because it shows somewhere lack of integrity in our culture. And unless we are having the integrity, we cannot sustain. This model is not sustainable. If this continues to happen, this is not sustainable by itself. So demographically, we are not sustainable. And if you look at the literacy, people who can just read and write only are also not 100%. And again, female population is deprived of it considerably. So demographically, we are quite skewed, which is not a desirable situation, and this cannot be sustained. Therefore, challenges before the country are known. It was mentioned. The challenge is pollution. The challenge is overcrowded cities, unhealthy residents, lack of sanitation, lack of skills amongst many. Amongst many includes many students. Many graduates, when they pass out, they don't have the desired skills to become a professional. Unless we include the solution to all this, we cannot sustain. And finally, a very large population. If somebody else looks at these numbers, minimum 30 crore people in this country go hungry every day. So this is the challenge. If becoming a global manufacturing hub solves it, yes, we should do it. Or we should do it in a manner that it solves these problems. Thus, to gain strategic advantage, for this transformation to be effective, you know what is to be done. Whatever we do should not increase pollution, it should reduce pollution. And there are options. If you look at the list, for example, IT itself. Today, we are called pioneers in IT, but are we? We are a service organization to the world. We are coolies to the world in whatever we do. And but it will not add to pollution, if lot of IT, but it is adding to distortion of incomes, distortion of surplus money with some people and lack of money with some people. But then biotechnology is the other field where we can, there are fields of medicine and so on. So we have to select a field which helps to reduce pollution, which helps to reduce overcrowding. IT sector need not be in big cities. And so many other industries need not be in big cities. And in fact, in some of those 100 cities can distribute these technologies. But unless all this is done, the sustainability does not come, the inclusive growth does not come, which you have said in your brochures. And ecosystem support from this additional activity which we are planning to do, and particularly in this educational activity in which you are involved. I am happy that this institution does it the best. It does it, it makes you aware of those lists which I have shown earlier, particularly that 30 crore people are going hungry in this country. Students of this particular institute are aware of this by directly looking at what the people are facing in this country. But then, is Make in India the solution? And that is the question was also raised. The real the advantage comes from Made in India, where the IPR is with us, because the real growth, the real business advantage comes from having the IPR. So unless you design the products, unless you innovate it yourself, and then supply to the world, the business will not thrive. Yes, we will provide service to the world, we will manufacture in India, and we will be careful that we don't add to pollution and overcrowding and all those things. But then as a business proposition, this may not be the best. The best is that we should innovate products. In IT sector, we should have the softwares once created. A CD of 10 rupees can be sold for 10 lakhs. And that is where we can thrive. That is the medicine sector, the health products, and so many. So unless you innovate, and that was Dr. Bhabha's basic view, that we must have people who innovate. And today, for example, I said, the nuclear waste can be separated. It is being separated in this country, and the high level component is being separately kept separately. And one day will come when we'll be able to burn it. Today, of course, it is being stored very safely in glass matrix. But then if Dr. Bhabha could think 1950s, what the country requires, this type of country requires, many of you are also thinking, and we have to implement this. Many people have implemented. There was Jamshedji Tata, there was Walchand Hirachand, so many people I don't want to name who have done the same thing, and this will keep on happening, and that is what is going to transform India. We have to look at our own requirements and our own way of solving the problems, and our own problems also. We need not chase the world. We have to be leaders in what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for providing us with your insights about the unique opportunities of nuclear energy and the strength of Indian industry to meet any challenge and the ways by which we can gain out of the strategic advantage enjoyed by the country. So now we open up the house for a quick Q&A session, and exciting prizes are there for the best 5 questions.
Quality is the key. Quality is the key in international competition on making India making India initiative successful. Are we doing something about it like Japanese did after the World War II? Is there any concerted effort on that?
Well, again, I will talk in reference to the field from which I come, that is the nuclear power. It could not have been done without quality, without the highest quality, and we follow the international standards for it. And the Indian industry is doing it. I will give you a very very recent example. After we are now able to trade with the world, some of our industries have started exporting and doing equipment manufacturing for other countries already. India is producing heavy water, for example. Heavy water is one of the inputs to nuclear reactors. And we are using unique type of reactors which need heavy water. We are very few, 4 or 5 countries only are using in the world. But heavy water has a lot of use in some of the new medicines which have been developed. US, for example, took a sample of 1 or 2 tons of water from us, heavy water they purchased from us 2 years ago. And when they analyzed, they found this is the best available in the world. The quality is the best in the world. And now this year we have got an order of about 125 tons for making medicines in that country. So that tells about the quality standards which are achieved. They are all achievable here. The inspection techniques today are able to look at each millimeter cube of the material which goes in the nuclear reactors. And Indian industry is going through radiography, through X-raying, through whatever all UT techniques and all that. Not only, I would say, nuclear technology, look at the space. We have sent rockets to moon. So they are meeting the quality. It is possible. It is being done in India. Atomic energy by itself does not produce any products. They get it from the market, but the company is supplying. It is doing.
Actually, the contribution of nuclear power to the overall power requirement of the country is very low.
Yes.
And worldwide, after the recent catastrophes, they have stopped doing much of research in the nuclear area. Is it a wise decision for us to continue to hold this nuclear power requirements or concentrate on new technologies like the solar power?
Well, I will take the last remark first. Yes, solar or other renewable energy sources are important. And the coal and gas or other fossil fuels which we are using are adding to pollution. And today, the way we are using energy, we are addicted to using energy. There was, a few years ago, we didn't have all this energy. We are addicted to the sense that in this hall, if you don't use a coat, you shiver. That's not required. We can slightly tune the temperatures. But if you want to use it like this, you need energy. And it cannot come from these renewable sources, including hydel, solar, wind, biogas, all that cannot supply energy. If you need 24/7, you want to watch a serial at night, 12 o'clock, you will have to limit your requirements. But if you want to live like this, the coal needs to be replaced, and nuclear is the answer. All the countries of the world will come into this, and very soon they will start coming back into this nuclear technology. All the countries who have used nuclear once, they will not get out of this, including Germany. When they decide it's a political decision, they will have to come back to this because it is a clean energy. It has demonstrated about 15,000 integrated years of operation. There has been a catastrophe. Yes, there has been a catastrophe at Fukushima. The reasons are known. In Fukushima, since you have raised the question, I must inform you that there were 14 reactor units in that area which was affected by tsunami. Why only these 3 suffered? Why only these 3? That means there's a technical solution for other 11. They implemented that solution. These 3 did not, and therefore they suffered. But then at the same time, I must extend this to inform you that in a nuclear accident, there has never been a death. Never. Because of what we call as a deterministic death, like it happens in any other accident, people die. There is a fear, there is a statistical fear that yes, some of these radioactive releases may cause cancer later. And these are very, calculated very conservatively. There are calculations, models for this, which are being debated today. But then in Fukushima, even none of the people are having fear of cancer because of what got released. Though 3 plants released radioactivity. The systems are in place, and we have to learn from each lesson. The negligible number of accidents which have happened, we have to learn, and therefore go on improving. You have to evolve, because at the moment there doesn't seem to be any other alternative. If you want to use energy like this, solar and nuclear complementarily will come together by 2050 to meet the 2 degrees centigrade criteria. This is going to happen, as it looks like now from the available technologies. Yes, please.
Sir, if you look at the energy scenario in India, presently we are going much after the solar energy or water, wind energy. And maybe presently we have a lot of energy produced from coal. as I see nuclear energy comparatively is cleaner, is cheaper also. In some other purpose, I mentioned that it's 45 units. And if you want to cover the country, vast country like India, nuclear energy is has a very fast, quickly provide electricity to vast areas. So why don't we concentrate on nuclear energy, go after it, do a lot of research to eliminate risk areas, and go after it? Is there any plan?
Yeah, yeah. Very valid question. Um, I will go in some different sequence. The first is that it cannot be done quickly. Nuclear power cannot be done as quickly as solar or wind. It has its time of construction. Uh, in fact, before construction, a lot of safety review time takes place. It may take years to review whether a site, what it is earthquake potential, what is the flood potential, before you say, okay, at this location you can make a plant. And that is what I do as a regulator. So it takes time. The construction time of a nuclear plant is 5 years, and you can set up a solar panel in 5 days. So that is the difference. But then it is a bulk energy supplier. The plants operate at 90% capacity factor, and they produce very high energy. From the same size of the earth, that is the footprint remaining same, you can produce today 1650 megawatts as in one unit. That is the capacity, that is the intensity of energy it can produce without using any more land, which is very at premium in this country. But it is slow to grow. And I also mentioned that we have shortage of uranium in this country. And therefore, we had a plan that we'll make plutonium, we'll go for, and then till we are succeeding in that, and we are ahead of the world, so we don't have a place from where we can learn how to make plutonium-based reactors. And therefore, we have to innovate, we have to go on our own with caution. It is slow, therefore. But now we have access to uranium. 2005 and 2008, the agreements happened, and now all those, the legal positions on liability, etc., have been cleared. And we expect now the commercial discussions are on whenever it happens. So now we have access to uranium, and therefore you will see many more nuclear power plants coming up. I must say that in this country, whatever may the political situations, the nuclear program has been continuous. There has not been a discontinuity. It is a very unique position in this country that everybody, whosoever comes to the planning table, looks at the energy picture, he finds that nuclear is required for future. So no government has discontinued, no government has stopped funding to nuclear. It is happening, it will continue to happen. Because that is the solution when you work out the details. And therefore, it is a slow process. And we are getting into technologies which the world has not got into. And therefore, we have to be very, very cautious. We cannot afford to make a mistake. But then you know that today we are making nuclear submarines in this country. That is the fallout of what has been done in this country today. The potential exists, but we have to be cautious. We have to watch. If Fukushima accident has happened, we have to look at what we are doing. We have to improve. And therefore, we are going in a very cautious way. At the right time, it'll serve the country. Yes, please.
So when do we expect, considering the plans for future nuclear power plants, when do we expect that India would be self-reliant in power and producing adequate power needs?
Well, it will take very long time. Today's the plan which has been drawn up to 2032. It was drawn in 2006. And one Dr. Rangan Banerjee was a member of that committee also, but he was from IIT. It said that 10% of the power in the country will be produced by nuclear, only 10% by 2032. It is beyond 2032 that we expect that our fast breeder reactors will now start adding much more. And by 2050, it will be 25% as per the plan. It is that slow. But then we are working for next 500 years. The resources are to be used in next 500 years, and beyond 2050 it will start growing very fast. And there is a time when solar and nuclear is expected. This is the, nobody can look into the future, but this is the planning. will be the major component of energy suppliers in this country.
Sir, good morning. I have two questions. One is about, my name is Sudhakar Malpe. I work for a non-government organization. We talk about disaster preparedness. In case of any thing happened, what exactly happened with the Fukushima? I mean, how do we take? Is the energy? I mean, nuclear community is prepared for disaster happening in India. Similar what happened in Russia years ago, rather decades ago. That is number one. Number two is why is there is a cry for not to allow Jaitapur plant. If you can explain to this August gathering.
Well, this is my job, so I will. Regulation is my job. I have to see that Chernobyl does not happen in India or Fukushima does not happen in India. If I can spend some time on this question, in the nuclear technology, the whole safety is built in what is called defense in depth. There are layers of processes through you built in safety. And you also look at not only international standards, what the country position is, what is our demographic position. We are a highly populated country. That we should always know, and if we cannot afford to have accidents like others had. There's an accident called 3 Mile Island in America. Anybody, you are aware of that? In that accident, yes, it was a major accident, but population was not affected at all because some of the safety systems held back, right? In Chernobyl, those safety systems did not exist. The type 3 Mile Island had. And in Fukushima, that system failed after 24 hours. It did not happen next day. It did not happen within an hour of getting tsunami. 24 hours notice was available minimum to the operators to do something. But the situation because of tsunami was such that they could not. In India, when we started regulating our own plants, and we apart from the international conditions, we saw that in India, the electricity power, our grids fail very frequently. Now it is less, but there was a time when electricity failure was a regular feature. And therefore, we decided to design right from the beginning our plants that if electricity fails, we should be on our own. And on our own means we have our own diesel generators to supply electricity, but they can fail. They can fail at that moment. You may have, instead of you require one diesel generator, you may put 3, but for some reason all 3 may fail. And that is exactly what happened in Fukushima. Because of the tsunami, the diesel generators also got flooded. Their grid anyway failed. And they didn't have any backup. In India, we have a backup right from the day one. We do not depend on electricity to cool our reactors. The reactors need cooling even after shutdown. You cannot, just like your car engine, you cannot stop it and go home. You need to cool the fuel even after the shutdown. So this feature in particular, I'm giving you one example. This feature, which is the Indian requirement, we saw that our grids fail, has been there in regulation right from the day one. People talk so much of Kudam-Kulam, Russian reactor. Russian reactor in India has very unique features because this is what our specification said. It can get cooled by air, just atmospheric air. That heat can be removed. You do not need any electricity, any water, which was the problem in Fukushima, for example. So we have, as a regulation, drawn our own requirements. And knowing that we have very large population around, and we cannot afford to evacuate people, though we have a full drawn scheme, which we test every 2 years, it is tested in public domain. We have what we call as double containment, a building over a building. That is, the first building leaks, the second holds. So there are very special features built into Indian nuclear power plants, and these are being now, taken over all over the world. For example, Kudam-Kulam design, which we asked them to implement, has become a standard design for many plants in the world today. So there are very unique features. This is a technological solution, but you can never say that accidents will not happen. And therefore, if they happen, how do we handle the public? There is a disaster management plan, which we test every 2 years, around the site every 2 years. Why Jaitapur is being opposed, I do not know. Jaitapur is the best location to have a nuclear power plant. There is no population. The land is barren. and it is at a very high elevation, no flooding can happen. It is a perfect place for a nuclear power plant. So if there is a opposition, it is not technical for any technical reasons. The whole country is earthquake prone to different extents. But when we have a plant, we make sure that there is no earthquake, serious earthquake initial focal point at least 30 kilometers from the plant. And whatever it can generate, the plant is designed for that. What is an earthquake? When you drive your car on Indian roads or in a bump your car crosses, the car sees the earthquake. You can design it. Your engine does not fall down. So you have to design it for earthquake. Japan is, having the such large magnitudes earthquake, but they have to design it. They design it for it. We are also designing for the earthquakes which we see, and with sufficient margins, for earthquakes. Jadapur is not earthquake prone. Koina is the nearest point, and it is around 200 kilometers. But no student has asked the question. The prizes were for the students or for the?
Hello, sir. So, one statement from your presentation which struck me was that instead of Make in India, we should focus on Made in India, and that will come if we have some patents or IPRs, etc. But we observe that some of our best scientists, researchers go abroad, and our patents, there's a brain drain, and the patents are registered in those countries. So, from the point of view of your field, or say defense or something, what can be done to retain this talent here so that we actually move towards Made in India?
Well, as was the other question, solar power versus nuclear power. To made in India, it takes time. Bhabha started in 1950s, and 1974, the politicians of the country were very clear that if we today have a blast and we cut off from the world, yes, we are now on our own. This is the time for made in India. It took 25 years. So for innovation and its results to come will take time. It depends on the technology to technology. I gave an example of IT sector. We are doing so much, but where is a software which the whole world uses and it comes from India? And it can earn you millions of rupees. Where is a medicine? And we have our own medicinal system also, which the word says that without this you cannot manage. And we have the skills. There are innovative people. They are today pioneers in the world elsewhere, but they are in India also. But you have to start much in advance. There is some level of insecurity in our professional life, and therefore we don't look deep into the future. But to innovate, we should make in India. I'm not saying we should not make in India, but in parallel, a few products. India should have few products. The whole world is thriving because even a small country has a product of its own in the Western region. If you see in the Europe, each country has a small product which gives us business. We should also have a couple of our own products which do not add to pollution and all those problems. That is what I don't know what are the products like. But that is the solution, I think. Made in India is very important if we want to be better.
Time, we won't be taking any more questions now, and we move to the next event. Thank you. Thank you. We would now like to welcome our second keynote speaker of this event, Dr. Sriram Narayanan. Dr. Narayanan is an associate professor with the Department of Supply Chain Management, Michigan State University. He holds a doctoral degree in Operations Technology and Innovation Management at University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. He is a department editor of the Journal of Operations Management and has also won the Best Reviewer Award for this journal. His industry experience includes working for Maruti Udyog Limited and ACL Technologies in various capacities. Most recently, he is serving as a program co-chair for the Production and Operations Management 2016 Annual Conference. He has been a past Lilly Fellow and was most recently the Broad Integrative Fellow at Michigan State University. I would now like to call upon the stage Dr. Sriram Narayanan.
Um, well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers and Sajeev George for inviting me here. Thank you very much. It's a great privilege and an opportunity. Dr. Bhardwaj set a very high bar before me, so I have to follow suit and figure out if I can match the quality of thoughts that you put out there. So in this particular talk, as a mechanical engineer, I also have mechanical engineering background. I've had a lot of passion for manufacturing. Have visited a number of companies in the last few years, and it certainly gave me an opportunity to step back, think about this in a little bit more depth as to what is it that I would like to say. So I just want to give a preview of what I'm going to say. I'm just going to offer three ideas, but I'm going to spend a vast majority of my talk developing those ideas and giving you a background of why those three ideas that I'm going to be talking about. Uh, the flow is as follows. I'm going to talk about paradigms because that's my theme in this talk. Dr. Bhardwaj actually set the stage very nicely for me. It's a way of thinking, you know. So what are we thinking for the next 30, 40 years? And that's really a paradigm. So I'm going to define what is a paradigm. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what is the context in which we are living in India, and some of the concepts which I call as the ideas that I may talk about. There is a motivational speaker that I've sort of had a chance to read before, Jamil Sanders. He sort of talks about this quote that says, stubborn problems always require a shift in paradigm. So if a problem is stubborn, you have to look at the problem very differently. Incidentally, the image that you see there is one of Konkan Railways. It's probably the most beautiful stretch of railways you can have a chance to travel in. If some of you have traveled in there. If you did not know some of the statistics that went into the construction of the Konkan Railway, it was one of the most complex railway projects ever undertaken in India. 2,000 bridges, 91 tunnels, and Shayadris is not the easiest place to excavate and dig tunnels in. So you can dig a tunnel after 10 days, you know, it will break down. So you have to come up with brand new technologies, just like the Atomic Energy Board came up with their own technologies in India. So it was a very, very complex project of its time. The story is that when they started conceptualizing this project, they thought they can get it done in 5 years. I've already given you some of the commercial statistics, but there were other problems too. There were approximately, what they did not anticipate was there were approximately 43,000 private farmers with whom they had to negotiate and buy land. And if anybody conceptualizes a project of that size, we all know it's very non-trivial. And they wanted to get it done in 5 years. It's a project that has been completed, but it required a complete rethinking of how project management needs to be done and how it was delivered, right? So a different example of a paradigm. So this is Cardinal Robert Bellarmine. This was a quote out of the persecution of Galileo when he proposed that sun was the center of the solar system and not the earth. We cannot blame him for what he said. Today we know that it's probably not true, but just put ourselves back in time in his shoes. We would think that he was probably, many people would have believed that he was absolutely right. That's really, in some sense, the power of how we see as a paradigm, right? So why am I talking about this? I'm going to take us to manufacturing and switch the context a little bit. Most of us know that industrial revolution was started in Britain. And if you're a keen student of history, we know that the key things that really spurred the industrial revolution was steam engine, steam power, and textiles were what drove Britain at that time. And I want to sort of recap a little bit of history and understand how paradigms shaped manufacturing over the course of the last couple of centuries, right? That's what I'm going to do in the next couple of minutes. So even after the industrial revolution, one of the big problems was that volumes were very low. They weren't producing a lot of equipment, partly because it was dominated by craft production in those days. So enter one gentleman called Eli Whitney. Though he leveraged a lot of thoughts at that time, he's known for two inventions. One of them was the cotton gin that sort of revolutionized cotton production in that country, and cotton was a staple for almost a century in terms of how business and industry used to function. But he was also known for inventing a gun with interchangeable parts, right? There is a particular reason why this idea of interchangeable parts is so powerful. So there is a story to this too, just to build the context. As I said, that paradigms are created by necessity and driven by ideas. The story goes that in 1797, America was going to go to war with France, and they needed a lot of guns. And in order to produce those guns, they were trying to figure out who can produce guns very quickly. And as we all know today, that craft production is slow, and they needed 10,000 guns. So Eli Whitney came and said, I can deliver you 10,000 guns in 2 years. And the president, John Adams, was so impressed by his claim that he said, okay, I'm going to give you all the money. The Congress paid him all the money, and he to commission him for gun production. And guess what? In 4 years, can anybody tell me how many guns he produced? 0. So in 4 years, he produced 0 guns, and he came back to the president. At that time, he was asked what is he going to do, but his solution was that he came up with this a single gun. He came. It was not a fully production oriented gun, but he showed them that he could assemble a gun in front of them. That's what amazed them completely, because it was a total rethink of the design of the gun, right? And what they said was they were very happy that he took 4 years and didn't produce any gun. They still gave him more money and said, okay, take 2 more years, give us the guns. But in the next 4 years, he produced the 10,000 guns. In the following 4, he actually produced 15,000 more. Now, it was a paradigm of interchangeable parts, which we still use in manufacturing today. And the interesting thing about that paradigm was it was not restricted to guns anymore. You look at any product today that we see, many of you have worked in manufacturing companies, I have, and we rely on that idea so much that after 200 years, the idea still stands, right? So these ideas can be extended, right? So I'm going to talk about one more paradigm which started after a century of what Eli Whitney did. And we all know about Henry Ford, right? So what he ended up doing. By the way, I just want to mention that the interchangeable parts was also called the American system of manufacturing. So there was a name to it. So the American system of manufacturing was so notoriously famous that it took the Americans ahead of Britain. Because British were the ones that started the Industrial Revolution, and the interchangeable parts idea, just one idea, took them ahead of Britain in concept, right? So I'm going to advance 1 century. Let's talk about Henry Ford, right? So we all know that Henry Ford invented the assembly line, but I don't know if you know the story where he got the idea from. Does anybody know where Henry Ford got his idea from? Yes, so he got his idea from a meat manufacturing plant. So he thought that, if meat can move, why can't we make cars move? The only difference is cars have 10,000 parts. They are a lot more heavier than animal meat, right? But that's still a big paradigm shift. Now, the question is that how can this be done? And it took him a long time. Just like Dr. Bhardwaj was mentioning, sometimes innovation can take 25 years. It took him a very long time to figure this out. What was interesting is I'm going to present you some statistics about what Ford did to the industry. So between 1908 and 1916, the production increased from 6,000 cars. Again, cars were craft production at that time. You could be a rich man who would walk in and say, I want a car like this. And a person like you or me could probably not afford a car in those days. From 6,000, the production went to 585,000. Look at the cost. It went from 850 to 360. And Ford, to some extent, was credited with the second wave of mass industrialization in America, and often the creation of the American middle class in many ways, because the revolution they had in the automobile industry spurred what happened next for the next 50, 60 years in the country. But paradigms can be both products and processes, right? So it's just a way of thinking, right? So I'm going to offer one more example in my support of paradigms. So here are 2 gentlemen. Both of them many of us know if we have studied operations. Sakiji Toyoda was the founder of Toyota production system, of Toyota Motors, in fact. Before that, they had a cotton yarn factory. And then Taichi Ono, who was a supervisor in Toyota, he sort of later on became the vice president for operations in Toyota. He's also credited with creating the Kanban system. But I just want to share some basic background, right? I mean, some of the Toyota examples came early on as well about Second World War. But when Sakichi Toyoda invented the cotton loom, he was very famous for inventing a loom that would stop when the yarn would break. So he was not very happy that the yarn would break and it would make poor quality production yarn, right? So does that ring a familiar bell with JIT? Worker empowerment that they ended up using, but it was, the idea was existing well before 1908. And when in later on in 1930s, when Toyota started their automobile production factory, who did they learn from? So he sent his son to Henry Ford Motors, to check out how they did the assembly line. And to understand this context, we'll probably have to export ourselves to that time period. Ford believed that assembly line cannot be stopped. The moment you stop an assembly line, you're going to lose millions of dollars, right? And in order for the assembly line not to stop, what did they do? They stockpiled inventory in every possible place, so that there was zero stoppage of assembly line. And the only thing you could do was go to the end of the assembly line and fix a problem. You couldn't fix a problem when the shop was running. And it was a paradigm at that time, because he came up with the assembly line and he sort of made sure that the costs were low and it was fine-tuned for a particular purpose. Now, when Kiricho Toyoda came back to Japan, he realized that we are a very small market. Our demands are very low, and at that time, made in Japan was not a concept. And he said, if we have to serve these small markets, we have to figure out how to use this little material that we have and still be able to make what we make. It was a problem that was within their context, and they had to figure that out. Taichi Ono, and he sort of started this idea of just in time. So we only need material to the extent when we need it. We are not going to get any more. And they implemented that constraint and figured out how to run the just in time. And again, it was not an invention that came, from the sky at that time, right? So Taichi Ono, many of us know Kanban. We study Kanban, right? I mean, it's a very, in many ways, it revolutionized the way assembly lines work. And they produce better quality because of many of these process designs. And sequencing is a big problem in the automobile industry. And when Taichi Ono, he got his idea from retail stores. How vendors came to retail stores, stocked exactly the products they would need. He went to the US, saw the retail industry. He thought, you know what, I'm going to implement this idea in a car factory. And he came back and bring just exactly what they need and figured out this entire lean Toyota production system, right? So rest is history. It's why am I saying this? Because I think the idea of lean permeated entire Japan in many ways, right? And it's a paradigm because in Machine That Changed the World, it's a very classic lean book. If some of you have had a chance to read it, James Womack actually says that the Americans did not think lean was any good for a long period of time before they subscribed to it in the 80s and 90s, right? So so some of these paradigms, it's very difficult to get because we are so used to a certain way of thinking. So one of the key traits of paradigm, as Indians, we are sort of not unfamiliar to paradigms, right? I just want to give some examples of that. Some paradigms in construction, which has sort of been around for a long time. We have our own paradigm in medicine, basic traits of a human body and how we think about natural medicine. We also had paradigms in astronomy. You didn't require a telescope or design. We had our own ways of thinking about observatories. We had paradigms in archaeology and philosophy, understanding who am I. Some of these paradigms have been existing for centuries. And one of the key traits is that they are very long lasting. Why am I saying this? Because I want to raise this idea that maybe we should have some thought of what is the paradigm for India when we think about manufacturing. And I want to sort of switch this to what our context is. Am I on time? Okay. So maybe another 5 minutes. Yeah. So the first context here is generating employment, right? So we know that manufacturing employment, as we just heard before, is very minimal, right? As a consequence, we have an imbalance in the way we think about the manufacturing services spread. Right? Now, if we have to fix this, you can see that Indian manufacturing employment is fairly low compared to many peers. Despite the fact that I was very surprised at this data, that we are 3 times cheaper than China, right? Our per capita labor cost is 3 times cheaper than China. So let's look at the second problem. Many economists worry about value add, right? And so Indian value add is not very high at all in the manufacturing industry. It's not like we don't know this. We have tried for a long time. We are sort of somewhere in the middle of the pack as far as value added growth is concerned, despite the fact that our way of increasing value add, it's quite contrary to our labor costs, is increase in capital intensity. All this is OECD data. So I just had to piece it together in a flow that I could see a story, right? But we have a reason. Actually, if you look at the last panel here, 65% of Indian companies is less than 9 people, partly because of regulatory restrictions and everything else. And it's really those small firms. To get this, we just have to contrast the leftmost graph to the rightmost graph, and you can see what the problem is, right? So, and it's very well known. It's not hidden among people, and we have tried. It's not like this is not known to us. We have tried it before. In 2004, there was a National Manufacturing Competitiveness Council. In 2006, we have articulated another some amazing numbers that we wanted to reach, but it's already 2015. We are restarting the Make in India campaign, right? But our solution traditionally has been strengthen the small scale sector, provide funding, increase infrastructure growth, leverage the local market, and so on and so forth, right? So, but I'm going to quickly think about, but the bigger question is this: how do we do this in a way that provides us global leadership in manufacturing? The first idea is basically organizing to leverage small as a strength, not necessarily as a weakness, partly because small companies understand local consumers in deep parts of India, or the bottom of the pyramid based innovations, and creating and leveraging the power of small and getting local knowledge through the solutions they create. We have to do this. There are no clear solutions, but there is an example. In what Amul did, I can see a lot of parallels in the dairy industry. So, for example, 67% of Indian dairy industry is small marginal farmers. Their problem was marketing. Their problem was not getting the milk. So, incidentally, the gentleman who created the GCMMF was a Michigan State alumni, Varghese Kurian. So in 1964, but you can imagine the scale. I mean, for any supply chain professional, this is mind-boggling scale. 22 state-level federations, 76 village cooperatives, 11 million milk-producing members, 15 millions of milk collected to 1,000 cities every day. Right, it's not a mean job. I mean, I don't think there is any big supply chain that exists in the world that compares to that. Right, so I think the fact that they could do it at that scale and they are still doing it means we can do it. But there are some things that we could look at. So, the holy grail of manufacturing is mass customization. So the idea is I can give you what exactly you want at the cost of mass production, right? So technologies like 3D printing, many people haven't figured out how to use it. But they have the potential. So if we invest as a country, figure out how to do this, that's one hope, right? So I'm going to switch to the second idea. So we want to cultivate expertise for a sustainable planet, and this has been talked before. Some of these speakers, Dr. Banerjee and Dr. Bharadwaj, both talked about it, but I want to present some data on that, right? So this is data from World Footprint Network. So what they do is something interesting. They look at ecological capacity and consumption both, right? So according to them, the Earth on the whole, by 1970, we were already beyond Earth's capacity to consume. And if we continue to consume the same way, by 2030, we would need 2 planet Earths to support us. But if we do a 30% reduction in carbon, we would still need 1.5 Earths. So it's still no good. But then let's look at the detailed view by map. right? So the red ones are the really bad ones, and the sort of pinkish ones are okay, but we are still getting there. And there are green ones are countries which have not consumed, but we still have to think about total Earth, right? Let's compare India to China, particularly after China started their manufacturing revolution. You can see that there is an amazing consumption curve that is going up while their bio capacity is still the same. India, in comparison, we are still the same way, but I want to look at the deficit in bio capacity. 1.6 for China versus 0.5 in India. It's no satisfaction that we are 100% over anyway, right? That's the bottom line. But this is one early example. So for example, I'm not going to show the video in the interest of time, but cradle to cradle, these are William McDonough, he's a chemist. They offer certifications for products in many ways that are sustainably created products. But the bottom line here is we need to think about new products that anchor the Indian context and can serve our purpose before we take it to the globe. The last idea I have is servitizing the manufacturing industry. Some of these examples came up that we are sort of one of the service shops in the world, and the fact that we have so many Indian technologists, we are good in many different ways. And it's interesting that what Sajeev was talking about mobile phones. If you look at high technology industry, which is a big source of value add for many manufacturing countries, this was research done by a couple of economists in the US about trade deficit. So originally it was thought that US had a $1.9 billion trade deficit with China on iPhone. But then what they did was they broke it down by value. In fact, US exported 6% of the value to China, but China only added 3.6% of the value. If you in net value terms, actually US gained $48 million. That was their outcome. But the bottom line is, in today's technology world, if you think about it, in terms of where technology is developed, where it is commercialized, in a global context, these things become very, very important, right? So you don't always get what you see. That's what I'm trying to say. But I was in the Volvo plant a couple of months ago trying to give a talk on productivity. And one of the gentlemen talked to me about what they are doing. I would really like to show this video if you can take a couple of minutes, just in the interest of seeing what a solution world might look like, right? Can you presentation? Chalange video? You can just click on the video, play. Yeah. Thank you. And if you don't mind putting it, no, if you do it full screen, it will automatically go. Can you go full screen? Yeah, it will automatically go. Yeah, just play. Oh, you don't have QuickTime available? That's fine. I think it's all right. So the bottom line here is that Volvo is trying to work on some solutions that that are primarily taking the decision making out of the driver, right? So you put so much intelligence into the device with all this Internet of Things that's going on, that they are trying to revolutionize the transportation industry in many different ways. So for example, they are inventing engines that will adapt to load conditions in which the truck travels to save fuel. They will schedule your appointments ahead of time, knowing how many miles the truck traveled. Sometimes there is a lot of variation in usage. So based on all that intelligence, so these are solutions, right? With all our strengths and services, if we figure out a way to integrate manufacturing and services, we are sort of ready for a solutions economy, right? So in closing, I just want to mention a few things. We need to articulate key principles on which a manufacturing paradigm is built. It's not just about employment. It is not just about individual things. So what are we basing our manufacturing strengths on? We need to be clear about that. We need to create an environment to spawn a manufacturing leader. And I think that's what you mentioned. I'm so glad that you mentioned that before me, Dr. Bardwaj. And then these three paradigms are just starting points. They are in mind thinking about context and what we could do, just like the interchangeable parts, the assembly line or lean did for Japan and America. We should have something that we think is unique to India that we can start exporting. And in some ways, that's exactly what my theme was too. It's not really about make in India, but rather made in India, which is a brand that people should look up to and say, yeah, that is made in India. Just like made in Japan became a brand in about 20-25 years, right? And hopefully we can do that, right? So I love this quote from Einstein, which says what is insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and actually expecting different results, right? So China is not facing any less problems based on what they already did. So if you want to exactly replicate the same thing and want to expect different results with a smaller country with amazingly growing population, we would probably be not very sane, right? So I think we need to think about it differently and do this probably differently. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for providing your valuable insights. We'll now be opening up the house for Q&A session, and in interest of time, we'll keep it to 2 questions list.
Hello, sir. Sir, you stressed upon the fact that it should be made in India, and made in India should be a brand in the coming days. So, one more thing I would like to say that in light of the growing economical volatility in the world, so don't you think that domestic consumption will be stressed upon rather than being export-driven economy, as China is facing the same thing, and China is actually in the path of a growth decline now?
Yeah, that's very true, right? So actually, there's a lot of work on this about how many development economists have done something about this. That the idea is if you base your product development on what foreign countries want, many times they are not easily adapted to the local environment. You know, so they want what they want for their environment, right? So I think there is enough case studies recorded in this, and when their purpose is done, they are looking for an alternative location anyway, right? So there's a very famous case about. In India, we believe in clusters in the small industry. You know, there's a famous case in Brazil about the Sinos Valley shoe cluster, where they had a lot of small companies making shoes. And when foreign manufacturers came, because they were much cheaper, after a few years, they enabled them to produce great quality, everything else. But then after a few years, when they found China was cheaper, they simply switched. But the good part was they gave them a lot of technology, they gave them a lot of processes. But then later on, they had to figure out how to add value within their own cluster and market to domestic people. But I think if you do it the other way around, right? So I think there is a possibility. So, for example, solution-driven approaches are there throughout the world, right? So sustainable solutions are necessary throughout the world. It's an imperative for the planet. So I think any manufacturing solutions we think about or have to be an imperative for the planet. Then I don't think we are going to go wrong by thinking about made in India, right?
So my question is, I'm associated with the services sector and work in the manufacturing sector. When I travel around the globe, Indian is a tremendous brand, not Indian. People look upon Indians, particularly in the Western country. So where is the sweet spot in the manufacturing for India? Shouldn't India continue to sell the idea of Indian and India?
I don't know. I think it's a great starting point, right? So Indian is a great brand, is a starting point as far as I'm concerned, right? So actually, it's very interesting because when I was coming here on the flight, there was a American lady sitting right next to me, and she said, "Why is it that India produces so many fantastic software engineers?" And on one hand, I was very happy. On the other hand, I was thinking, why doesn't India produce fantastic software products? Right? So I think it's something we need to ask. And it's a question that we need to figure out how to fix, right? So I don't think it's a problem of Indians. It's a problem of maybe Indians coming together and figuring out how to do it right. You know, I don't know. Yeah.
Synonymous to contract manufacturing, or should we go into technology development and product development?
So
That really challenge lies.
that's a good question, right? So I'm going to give you one statistic in the challenge. India invests the least amount of money in R&D as a percentage of GDP, less than 1%, I think. I have to pull the numbers, but it's pretty close to that. China has increased dramatically in the last 5-6 years. The question is, what are we doing as a country, right? So it's really, I think it's a question of leadership and vision, right? Once we have a lot of it in some ways, and second thing is execution, right? So even companies that have little R&D can execute. It's not like you need a lot of money to spend on R&D budgets. It's just a question of how it can be done, and maybe a question of will more than way. At least the way I see it in many places. I don't know. That's probably a short answer.
scaling of Indian personal finance in India.
Yes.
But how to make it more successful and practically, possible.
True. I think there's also a lot of marketing here, right? So, for example, one of the nice things in the Make in India website that I read the other day was that now they are trying to give small companies access to patent pool, saying, okay, you don't have technology, we'll give you access to patent pool. You can pay a licensing royalty in some ways if you want to get technology. But then there is a alternative aspect to it. I think that as much as technology is a problem for India, small companies, marketing is also a big problem. They don't know how to sell. They are used to selling in their local environment, right? So I think that's why I love the Amu example, because it's not, maybe it's a production problem, maybe it is a sales problem. The point is figuring out is it really a marketing problem. We are not great marketers by design. I don't think Indians market themselves well as much as I've seen many other countries do. But I think maybe there is a space there, not as much as operations, but also marketing.
In the interest of time, we won't be taking any more questions. So, thank you, sir. Thanks for your insights. As Professor Sajeev George said, we would also now try to bring in a student perspective on our theme. So we'll be calling our student speaker, Adnan, who has been the winner of our paper presentation contest. Adnan, if you would please come on stage.
A sign of any developed economy is the amount of trust a country gives to its manufacturing sector. India and China are two countries in the world today that are trying to join the developed League of Developed Nations. The Make in India program was launched on September 25th, 2014 with priority focus on 25 sectors in order to boost India's manufacturing capabilities. While most of these sectors were primarily chosen on the basis of need, there are certain other sectors that need to be looked upon in terms of long-term strategic value. Aerospace is one of them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohammed Adnan, and I shall be talking to you about the challenges and opportunities in making India a global aerospace manufacturing hub. So starting with the trends in the aviation industry, the Indian aviation industry today ranks number 9 in the world, but has the potential to go to number 3 by the year 2020, clocking an average CAGR of 11.61% in the process. If you look at the shift in the global aviation revenues, they are actually transiting from the traditional basis of the US and the European Union towards Asia. In fact, by the year 2032, 34% of the total aviation revenues across the globe will come from Asia. What does this actually mean is that going forward, more Asian airline companies will be ordering aircraft. Talking about aircraft manufacturers, they are actually led by a duopoly of Airbus and Boeing, which are essentially a European and an American company. Bombardier, a Canadian aerospace company, ranks number 3. But all these 3 companies will be looking forward to expand and sort of bring a part of the production facilities towards Asia in order to be closer to the customers. Talking about the Indian aerospace manufacturing industry in the overview, the Indian aviation policy is divided into 2 parts. One is a civilian and the second is a military one. India, as on today, has an existing expertise in defense and space applications, but has a very nascent experience in civil aviation. The industry today was opened only to the private sector in 2001. Before this, it was nurtured by the 4 government organizations that you see on the slide. But ever since the sector was open to the private players, it has seen some active interest both by the global industries as well as the national players. The global companies, Airbus and Boeing, have sort of established engineering centers, have gone into JVs with companies, whereas Tata and Mahindra, the Indian ones, they have their own aerospace divisions working within the group. So what are the challenges in making India a global aerospace manufacturing hub? I've divided this problem into 4 parts. The first is intrinsic to the industry. The aerospace industry is one that has long project life and high life cycle costs, which makes it very capital intensive. The design and quality requirements in this industry are very stringent. So in order to meet the requirements, further capital is required, which increases the intensity of capital required in this industry. Also, some of the aerospace technologies are used across civilian as well as military platforms, and hence, since the military aspect of the technology is controlled by governments, strategic technology transfer in some cases becomes an issue. In terms of policy constraints, we do not have a specific policy in Make in India program for civilian aerospace. The 49% FDI limit in defense is also inadequate because it does not incentivize technology transfer, because the company which is holding the technology cannot get a controlling stake whenever it invests in India. Also, the tax structure in the country is somewhat disoriented because it incentivizes imports and taxes domestic production. We will see this in greater detail in the appendix. In terms of the domestic ecosystem, as I said, India does not have a very great experience in civil aviation. It is a very nascent one. We have a shortage of skilled manpower. According to a government report, we need 1 million people over the next 10 years in order to meet the manpower requirements of this industry. Also, historically, we have seen aerospace projects getting into time delays and cost overshoots. In terms of the challenges posed by the Southeast Asian economies, China, Malaysia, and Japan have developed such capabilities that today their suppliers are either strategic suppliers or OEM suppliers to the global aerospace manufacturers, that is Boeing and Airbus. And China and Japan have also gone further in developing their own prototype civilian aircrafts and have test flown them. So what are the opportunities for the Indian industry? Starting with the industry itself, the industry as a whole has a continuous growth going forward, both on the military as well as the aerospace, the civilian fronts. Also, aerospace manufacturing is undergoing change on two accounts. First is that the manufacturers are actually transiting from vertically integrated manufacturing to horizontal manufacturing, which actually means that manufacturers going forward will actually forge strategic partnerships with suppliers. Also, there has been an increased outsourcing of both production and design capabilities in order to reduce costs. In terms of policies, the defense and civilian offset requirements that are put by the government of India, through which 30% of whatever the country spends has to be plowed back into the same industry domestically, will be a welcome step. In case if we can enhance FDI in the aerospace and defense sector to 74%, that will incentivize technology transfer and also ask the foreign companies to invest in India with a controlling stake. If the Make in India program can include aerospace manufacturing, it will give a big boost to the entire industry and the associated industries with it, because then you'll have a goal to look forward to. In terms of the domestic ecosystem, we have new airlines coming up. The aviation industry as a whole in the country is also growing with 20% growth year on year. We have proven capabilities in in military as well as space applications. The scientists that are available in this country, even though in short supply, are capable of doing some quality aerospace research. India historically has been a leader of providing software supplies to the world. So it is natural that if we can capitalize the software aerospace part of the industry, it will be pretty easy for us. Also, we are famous as a low-cost manufacturing destination. India is the home to the second highest number of Deming companies in the world after Japan in the auto component sector. We also have a very strong manufacturing base in the electronic sector. Given the fact that aerospace is primarily supported by electronics, mechanical as well as the software industries, we have the bedrock ready. It's all about giving the final push to the industry to go where it can go. In terms of the recommendations, I've divided them into three parts. First is the short term, medium term, and long term. In the short term, what we actually need is a tax parity so that the domestic production that is being disincentivized right now can actually be brought to parity with the imported supplies. Also, we need to have financial support for the R&D infrastructure in the country. The aerospace labs that we have in this country today are somewhat outdated in doing some quality aerospace research. So some financial attention needs to be given there as well. And also we need to have a greater synergy between government expertise and private expenditure, private investment. We have the scientists working in some quality aerospace organizations with the government, but the capital requirements may not be there. In the private sector, the situation is exactly the reverse. So if we can have a greater synergy between them, it will be great. In the medium term, we need to develop an Indian aerospace engineering services cadre so that the scientists who are choosing to stay with the government can actually have a greater, accessibility to move across organizations in order to build their own capabilities. The civilian and the military aerospace quality standards today are different in the country because of the organizations like the DGAQA and CEMILAC on the military side and the DGC on the civilian side. In case if we can, sort of integrate these these three bodies into a central aerospace quality authority, it will be good because then they can help in a unified knowledge dissemination to the private sector players in this country and help development of this sector. Also, last but not the least, we need to develop a commercial indigenous single-aisle aircraft because of two reasons. One, it is required. And second, once you have this goal with you, then all the things that I've said previously in the slides right now become streamlined because then you'll be working towards a common goal. We have had some success stories in the aviation industry till now. One is a civilian aircraft. This is a 5-seater aircraft that was built in collaboration between Mahindra Aerospace and the National Aerospace Laboratory. This is a good example of PPP investment of what it can do. And secondly is the Tejas light combat aircraft. Even though the project was severely delayed, but this proves that India is capable of developing a defense aircraft. That's all. This is the references that I've taken. And the appendix that I was talking about is that as on today, cost of manufacturing locally is higher than what it is cost to import. Thank you very much.
We will now be going for a short break, and please come back sharp at 11:30, and please use this opportunity to network with the leaders.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Guys, I would request you all to please settle down. We are about to start the second half of the event. শিশু কি এসেছিল না ঘুমিয়ে পড়েছিল?
না পিছনে চোখ খুলে বসেছি।
কেউ একজন লিখেছিল না, সরি আই স্লেপ্ট অফ। ওটা কি?
ওকে আমি দেখেছি 9:30 সময় উঠছি বলে ঘুমিয়ে।
একজন কেউ কি বাইরে আছে?
থাকাটা তো উচিত। রোহিত আছে না? রোহিত তো ভেতর।
Can we give the
Now. Prakhar.
guys please settle down?
Guys, I would request you all to please settle down.
দুজনকে ফেলিসিটেট করে দিই।
Since he has to leave for some urgent work.
Since he has to leave. वो छोड़ना, वो लीव छोड़ना, ऐसे ही फेलिसिटेट कर देते हैं
दो कीनोट स्पीकर को ही फेलिसिटेट कर देते हैं।
हाँ। Guys, I would request you all to please settle down. We are about to start the next half of the event. Hello everyone, welcome back. We'll now begin with the next half of the event. But before proceeding to that, we have Shri Bhardwaj over here, and Shri Bhardwaj has got some prior commitments because of which he needs to leave us early. So we'll be felicitating Shri Bhardwaj for coming over here, taking time out of his schedule and sharing his insights with us. Thank you, Shri Bhardwaj. I request Prakop to please hand over the gifts to Shri Bhardwaj. Moving forward to the next phase of our event, we'll be now calling upon our esteemed panelists for initiation of the panel discussion. Our first panelist is Mr. Rakesh Sinha. Dr. Rakesh Sinha heads the Global Supply Chain, Manufacturing and IT at Godrej Consumer Products Limited, the flagship company of the Godrej Group. He is a PhD from IIT Bombay and has headed several functions in Godrej Consumer Products, including supply chain, marketing, strategic planning, and information systems. He has also served on the board of governors of ICFI and is also currently a member of the Academic Council of NITI. Dr. Sinha, we request you to please join us on stage.
Our second panelist is Mr. J. Sridharan, former President Aditya Birla Group. Mr. Sridharan is a highly respected business excellence professional and is credited as the founder of world-class manufacturing framework that he institutionalized at Aditya Birla Group. He passionately led implementation of WCM and business excellence in a very large portfolio of organizations across the globe. He has played a lead role in the design and institutionalization of group level recognition for manufacturing excellence, business excellence, and team excellence. He has also played a key role in designing the knowledge management framework and has delivered programs to promote KM framework in Aditya Birla Group through small and medium enterprises for various knowledge streams. I would like to call Mr. Sridharan to please join us on the stage.
Our next panelist is Mr. Dinakar Adhyam, Managing Director, Saint Gobain Security India Limited. Mr. Dinakar is a mechanical engineer from University of Mysore with over 30 years of experience in manufacturing industry. He started his career with Grindwell Norton Limited in the year 1984 as a management trainee and grew up to the position of business head, holding several responsibilities along the way in sales, product management, marketing, and operations. He has held many positions of responsibility, including MD, DISA India, a Danish multinational which is the market leader in the foundry machinery business, President and MD of Kennametal India, and his current role as MD of Saint Gobain Security India. We would like to call Mr. Dinakar to please come and join us on stage.
Our next panelist is Dr. Jairam K. Iyer, Chief Strategy and Analytics Officer at Matrimony.com Limited. He is an MBA, MPhil and PhD with coursework from FMS, Madras University, Boston University, Harvard Business School and MIT Sloan. His current role is to drive strategic initiatives and leverage data for growth of the enterprise. He has been a marketing professional, head of businesses, strategist, analytics specialist at Siemens and Chattel and Wood Management Consulting. He has also been an academician at LIBA. We would like to call Mr. Dr. Jairam Iyer to please come and join us on the stage.
Next, I would like to call up on stage our moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Anand Pandey. Mr. Anand Pandey is the founder of Apna Media Group, a leading media platform that publishes exclusive online bulletins for decision makers of India Incorporated. Mr. Pandey is a stalwart in his field with over 15 years of experience in the media industry, especially business news, having worked with the likes of Hamburg Media Group and Business Standard. Mr. Anand, if you would please join us. I would now hand over the discussion to Mr. Anand Pandey.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to you folks. Well, looks like the caffeine from the tea and the coffee has not kicked in yet. So, are we ready for a riveting session? I can't hear you. Now that's more like it. And to paraphrase what Dr. Abraham said, it looks like the force is truly with us today. Well, the format of the panel discussion, I'll share with you. We'll ask each of our panelists to share their views with us on the theme that is Make in India for about 6 to 8 minutes. After which I have some questions that I'll put forth for the panelists, and then I'll get out of the way for audience Q&A. So I'll start with Dr. Sinha to present your views on the Make in India vision for about 6 to 7 minutes and open the forum, please.
Yeah. Can I have the presentation, please? Yeah. So good morning, friends. It's really most of the points on Make in India or Made in India have already been covered by the keynote speakers. So what I'm going to do is I have my thoughts on a few slides as to whether India has a right to be called the manufacturing hub. What does it take to succeed in the area of manufacturing, and what type of industries are more likely to succeed as manufacturing hub, and which types of industries are not so well suited for manufacturing in India. So just a few thoughts. These are really the starting points for discussion. I'm sure others will add to it. So do we have the right to win for manufacturing? So as we do in any strategic planning exercise, to find out the right to win, we need to find out what are the critical success factors which will make India truly a manufacturing hub. And after that, after looking at the 2 or 3 critical success factors, we will see what is the India scorecard, what are the positives for India, what are the negatives for India, where should we be cautious, and where should we be more buoyant in manufacturing. And finally, some of the niches. Of course, the list is not exhaustive, it's just indicative of what type of manufacturing will succeed in India, and some examples of specific industries. Again, these are just illustrative, and this is just a framework for discussion. So I thought for manufacturing to succeed in any country, the first and foremost is the stability, because manufacturing investment is not an overnight investment. When we invest in manufacturing, we are talking of 10 years, 15 years, 20 years horizon at least. So we have to look at the stability of the country where we want to manufacture. For example, today, would you like to manufacture in a country which has a lot of terrorist issues or a lot of political instability? No. Everybody would like to set up a manufacturing hub where the basic stability of manufacturing is ensured, whether it's a political stability, whether it's economic stability, and more importantly, the policy stability. Can government put out some policies in future which will go against manufacturing? If that is likely, then there are chances that the major manufacturing companies won't set up unit in India. But if we can get an assurance from the government that the policy will be stable and this type of policy will stay for the next 10 to 15 years or 20 years, then there are more chances of drawing manufacturing into the country. Talent pool. I think this is the most important part of the manufacturing. Do we have the local talent to succeed in manufacturing? If we are dependent on import of technology, if we are dependent on import of technicians to run the manufacturing plant, and if these have to be run by outsiders, then I don't think India stands a chance for the manufacturing hub. But luckily for us, we have the talent pool. We have one of the best talent pools in the world to run manufacturing plants anywhere in the world. And as we will see, this is also coming out as one of the positives for India and one of the critical success factors to succeed in the area of manufacturing. Talent pool is very important in manufacturing. It's very important in areas like R&D, And luckily for us, India has the largest number of engineers, the largest number of technical manpower that the country produces. And the sustained cost advantage. Many people start with the sustained cost advantage, but in my opinion, that's not the first thing, and it's not over a reasonably long period of time. If you look at where the industry moved or manufacturing moved from Japan, it moved to South Korea, then it moved to Malaysia, it moved to Thailand, and finally it moved to China. And now a lot of manufacturing will move to India because India has much lower wage rates, as we saw earlier, than China. So in the last 6 years, China's wage rate has gone up by about 20% per annum. And that has put really China out of the market for manufacturing. And India is much, much cheaper. But there are sectors where we see that Indian manufacturing is now getting shifted to Bangladesh. We have seen it in the textiles garments industry. We are now seeing Indian manufacturing moving to Vietnam for garments. A lot of garment exporters are setting up manufacturing in Vietnam because it's much cheaper to operate from. And in future, we should be careful about Africa. Africa will emerge as a major manufacturing hub. When that happens, how that happens has to be watched. And India has to ensure that India has a cost advantage over Africa over the next 10 to 20 years. Scorecard, as I said, talent pool, yes, it's a very big positive for India. Low wages for the time being is positive for India, but it's not going to be for the next 10 to 20 years, especially if the Indian economy is growing the fastest, then again wages will rise the same way it rose in China. Language is another big thing. In Africa, we suffer from language. Many of the people who are technical people, they are not so comfortable with English, whereas in India, we find that English is the language of industry. So language is going to be a major plus point for us. In China lost out a bit on knowledge on language, but India is going to win because English is the common language here. The one negative is the cost of capital. If we see the interest rates in several other countries and in India the interest rates are high and they are likely to be higher than many other competing geographies for manufacturing. So cost of capital is going to be higher and India has to choose its niche where the cost of capital is not a major part of the cost of manufacturing. So implications are that highly capital intensive industries, for example, if we expect Intel to set up its next chip manufacturing facility in India, I don't think that will happen because it's so capital intensive that the cost of capital in India is going to be negative. Similarly, if we look at industries which use a lot of robotics, for example, these are better suited to countries like Japan, where the cost of capital is zero and sometimes it goes negative, compared to India, where the cost of capital will continue to be high. So anything which is hugely capital intensive, I don't think we have a right to win at this point in time. Skill intensive manufacturing, I think this is the place for India. Anything which requires skill, which requires a talent from multiple types of talent to assemble or to manufacture the product, I think India has a plus point, and labor intensive manufacturing, these three. So our niches for example, if you look at skill based industry, software is one such skill based industry where India has done very well. Although India doesn't have brands in the consumer space of software, it has many brands. Infosys has many brands in B2B space. So the banking industry, the insurance industry, they use products from our software providers, and these brands are very well known. So far we have managed to develop brands in the B2B space. I don't know whether in the future we'll develop brands in the B2C space. And if that happens, then India will be known in the world as a major software manufacturer and exporter. BPOs purely because of the labor intensive part of it and no capital required, hardly any capital. Garments again because of labor. So if you see Hardly any capital intensive industries have succeeded in India. Generics again use a lot of labor and different types of labor. Generics either for pharmaceuticals or for insecticides or pesticides, a lot of generic manufacturing is now happening in India. One more thing we find of late is that when we talk of packaging materials, especially for the FMCG industry, Indian manufacturing is getting to be the most cost effective. In fact, when we look at sourcing packaging material for our factories abroad, whether these are for the factories in Africa or for Latin America, we find that the Indian suppliers of, for example, tubes, of the laminates, of wrappers, etc., come out to be much cheaper than manufacturers from anywhere else in the world. And we are shipping out large chunks of packaging materials from India to Africa and Latin America. So there are some niches where Indians have found a way to be, and packaging material requires a lot of skill as well. It's not only labor, because every artwork, every design is different. It takes some time to set up and set it up right first time. So there is a bit of skill required. There is a lot of labor required, and it's not so capital intensive. So again, packaging material is just one of the examples. There could be several such niches that India can find. So those were some of the thoughts. I hope I have not exceeded the time limit, and we can develop further and discuss further in the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sinha, for that insightful presentation. Janikar, you want to?
Distinguished panelists, faculty, and my dear friends, students, it's a real privilege for me to be with you here today. I'll talk about Saint-Gobain and some thoughts on the theme of today's conclave. Saint-Gobain is a 350-year-old French global company, a world leader in sustainable habitat, a company that designs, manufactures, and distributes construction and high-performance materials, providing innovative solutions to the challenges of growth, energy saving, and environmental protection. The company's 2014 revenues were $48 billion, a presence in 66 countries, and employs over 174,000 employees all over the world. In India, Saint-Gobain has a presence in abrasives, ceramics, glass for construction and automotive, gypsum, performance plastics again for construction and automotive, with a number of manufacturing sites spread across the country. Saint-Gobain Security India, the company that I represent, we make automotive glasses, windshields, door glasses, and backlights, and we supply to almost all the major OEMs. Our business is capital intensive. We are contractually bound to offer a year-on-year reduction on the prices that we get at the time of nomination. The only way we can do that is through a rigorous pursuit of manufacturing excellence initiatives, quite popularly known as WCM, and productivity improvements, which is even more important. We really depend on operational and transactional excellence to lower our costs year on year to compensate for inflation and the contractual cost that we have to pass on to the OEMs. In my view, the critical and strategic importance of manufacturing or operational excellence has never been more pronounced and understood than it is today, for a number of reasons. Attaining global benchmarks of performance excellence is no longer a badge that one wears proudly. It indeed is the only guarantor for survival and growth. Competitiveness is today measured across countries and continents, and investment decisions are actually based on them. Being big can no longer be an advantage. We saw several examples of that in the earlier session. Being nimble and fast is the differentiating competitive advantage today. Another challenge is the ability of organizations to integrate the Gen Y and the millennial workforce within organizations with people who come from the previous generation. This is a big challenge. Process discipline, again, is an area that I just can't stop talking about. Good leaders, and most importantly, young, enthusiastic managers like you, can leverage strong processes and yield exceptional results, without which you can't do that. While sometimes when you have weaker people in the organization, strong processes act as a big bulwark against long-term damages being caused by poor decision making. Staying with processes, I have two important points to make. There are only two value-adding processes in organizations. Processes where the physical part changes occur during the manufacturing process and that deliver the final product. The other part of the organization that is engaged with customers in winning businesses and providing them value. The rest of everything else that any organization does is overheads. And the job of the management should be a relentless pursuit to eliminate non-value added activities and improve competitiveness. In fact, some of the most talented professionals in many organizations work in areas that really don't add value, through examples I gave. And in our desire to be seen as people friendly and people oriented, we tend to overlook this aspect and add to unproductive but feel good costs that have no customer value. One needs to watch out for this, constantly assess and adjust to changing paradigms of customer expectations and especially disruptive technologies that often impact businesses. Another dimension is the last point I wish to make. To our business's investment. The business of auto glass making requires one to provide approximately 8% of revenues for capital investment towards future expansion. If one were to add inflation, a simple arithmetic would tell you that unless the operating income margins of the business are around 12% plus, we would not remain competitive as an investment destination. As I keep mentioning to many of our OEM customers, contrary to popular belief, we do not compete with China or a few other emerging countries which you often hear about. But competitiveness really comes with, for a company like Saint-Gobain, there are really 25 countries in which the global company can put its money, and our benchmarks are not really measured with China or Brazil or one or two other names that you hear, but actually the entire global options that Saint-Gobain has. It would indeed be very difficult to make out a case for investment unless operating income margins through all the gains that I talked about and the ability to show future growth is matched with the justification for investment decisions. Quite often, investment decisions in a global company are made very differently from what we hear about or read in the media. The media tends to, publicize or sensationalize a few aspects. Really speaking, in global meetings and justifications that are assessed, the mood is much more somber, the mood is much more serious, and they purely go by data that is put out by very credible agencies and not really by slogans and so forth. Parting, my young friends, the world with all its troubles is still a very exciting place today, probably like never before. There are tremendous opportunities for career enrichment and professional growth. Setting ambitious personal goals and pursuing them relentlessly with dedication and hard work, nothing is impossible to achieve. I wish you good luck in your future endeavors.
That was very informative. Very good. I would now invite Sridhar to share his views with the audience.
Good morning. Right from the morning, we have been hearing a lot of thoughts about this wonderful concept. A question that was asked, the dream, what is the dream we have in India with respect to manufacturing? I think the topic of the conclave, particularly pertaining to this operation track, talks about transforming India into global manufacturing hub. I think the vision is that I was able to realize. And, when I reflected on this subject, I've been branded as a manufacturing man, and you would have seen even from my introduction, the same thing goes, but I'm always proud of that. Manufacturing has always been considered important in India. It's not only now. Okay, from time to time, there are new thrusts and impetus keeps coming, which is very, very necessary. Just like the Independence Day 2014 speech of our Prime Minister, which actually acted as a catalyst and revitalizing, much needed revitalization was provided because of that. And you have already been told in the morning about the National Manufacturing Competitiveness Council, which was set up sometime in 2004 with the great realization that India needs to go with deeper, impetus, give deeper impetus into manufacturing. You all know very well that very well known, there are industry houses in India, Tatas, Birlas, Mahindras, Reliance, and public sector giants like BHEL, Bharat Electronics, IOC, and Oil India Limited. And, today morning, very, very appropriately, Dr. Bharadwaj introduced to us about the various forays made in India in the nuclear, Baba Atomic Research Center, nuclear fuel complex, and so much of work being done in that. I think India has all the know-how to be a manufacturing hub. And I was recently interacting with Maruti Suzuki, and they very authentically told, and you all must have read in media, that they have already taken India as a manufacturing hub for regional market. And there are many other companies in the automobile and even outside the automobile sector who are already, in the process of investing and in fact, in making India a hub. But where does that leave us? That does not make India already a globally well-known manufacturing hub. The gap is very, very wide. Again, the National Manufacturing Competitiveness Council has come out with a policy somewhere in 2011, where very clearly they gave a numerical target, which was also shared. We have to lift our manufacturing from a GDP share of 16%, where it has been stagnating, to 25% by 2022 and create 100 million jobs. Well, we can question, we can challenge, we can do all those things. But a reality is, a recent study by BCG and CIA has brought out that currently on that target of 2002, there are severe threats of falling short of the target. So it is really necessary for us to considerably step up our efforts in making India a global manufacturing hub. There is no doubt about that. Now, we all know again that there are two things to a coin, the external and internal. I always talk in my own interaction with several business heads. Very often, the human mind is conditioned to look externally. Every individual generally looks outside. We have hundreds of reasons for why things don't happen. We have reasons which, if you start writing on a piece of paper, most of them will be external. We all know very well the maladies in India. There is no need to discuss infrastructure issues. All of us are clear, aware, understand, and suffer from that. We know about power and the shortages and the quality issues in that. We know about the issues related to taxation. It came in presentation. We know about the India ranking very, very low in ease of doing business, in spite of all the improvement that are being talked about. Well, one doesn't have to really think that there is no solution, nor there is no thing. There is tremendous optimism. I think when issues well known are addressed with real passion and with real intent, they will all get addressed very soon. So my submission and my own address today to all of you is going to be, let us look at internal. Now, a few years back, I was talking to some people like this, and the question came, why there is no world-class manufacturers in India? I just don't accept that. Today in India, there are islands of excellence like you have in any other country. You walk into that, once you walk inside the gate, that is like any other place on earth. In fact, they are so great that you will be surprised. Am I in India? I went to a unit which was about 30-40 kilometers away from Chennai, and all filthy environment. Swachh Bharat was last 1.5 years, and it's such a filthy environment. You will be surprised that there is a supplier here who is considered the best supplier by one of the very well-known brands in America and Europe, but that was a unit. I'm just giving a small example. There are hundreds of such islands of excellence in India. But let us look at Indian manufacturing as a whole. Are these islands of excellence, a company from Tata's, Birla's, or so many other industrial houses, even some public sector companies, Bharat Electronics, are they enough such examples? No, not enough. 40% of Indian manufacturing is coming from small and medium setups. And when we talk about that, what is happening in the small and medium setups? Absolutely something which you need to think of. What is it that we can do to transform these things? And are we doing enough in the large sectors? No. These few islands of excellence apart, I think there is tremendous opportunity for improvement, overcoming the internal factors that build competitiveness of a company. External factors are important. I am not for a moment underplaying those things, but let us not keep harping on those things. Let us talk about delivery times, the competitiveness, how quickly I'm able to deliver my products to a customer. It depends upon how quickly I'm able to design, how quickly I'm able to buy, how quickly I'm able to produce, change variety from one to another, and how quickly I'm able to gather my logistics, get my truck, and then make the thing move. Yes, I can't do much about the holdups on the way. I understand that. I can't do much about many potholes on the road. I understand that. But can I do something about quickly making the products ready? I have seen in Indian companies, very many companies, customer orders keep waiting, production keeps happening, stocks keeping built up, WIPs keep raising up, FG store gets full, and they go for permission to the leaders to expand the stores, but customer deliveries suffer. Now, how do we deal with issues like that and bring the sense or the much needed change in the thinking that customer is important and I must be able to deliver to him fast? A day will come when my external issues will also vanish, but I'm afraid when the day comes, many of us in the companies will be not able to leverage that because of issues which are internal still languishing. NMCC has sponsored several studies. If you go to their website, you can see. And there are many other agencies who have been studying Indian manufacturing, the future of Indian manufacturing. A very heartening thing is that Global Competitiveness Council has said India's competitiveness in manufacturing, which was 2 years back, 2 or 3, 2010 it was 2, now it has become 4. Surprising. Even 2 appears too big and 4. But they also say in another 2 years we'll go back to 2. And you all know who is number 1. Okay. Now the question is not that. And again in World Economic Forum, India ranks very low in competitiveness, in the total competitiveness as a country. Now let us stick to manufacturing. Now many advantages of manufacturing are there. Lot of optimism is there. There is no doubt about that. Media is full of news about companies announcing, FDI is increasing, new projects coming in, etc. But a few areas which are very, very important and where as Indian manufacturing, we have to accept that we are no good there, no good at all. There is no point in comparing with China, no point in comparing with all those things. These are areas without any comparison, we are no good, barring some exceptions. And I don't want somebody to get up here and say, I am doing excellent. I know, I can also name heroes here, but that is not the point. Quality, we are very low in quality. In many of those companies, when we talk about quality, we languish. And where our quality is as good as any other thing, it is not known to outside. Walk into any stores in Europe, America, well-known brands, I'm talking about apparels, well-known brands, where are they made? Yeah, some of them are made in Bangladesh. I know some of them are made in countries outside India, but large number of them are made in India and they are no less in quality. But unfortunately, where our product quality is superior, it is not known to outside. We are nowhere like Intel Inside concept. It is not known. Some people like us, knowledgeable, we know that if I buy a jacket for $200 in a store, I know it would be available for maybe $20 in India. It's actually produced somewhere near Mangalore or somewhere near Bangalore. I know that. But large majority of the people don't know. Maybe one of the things that we lack is marketing. How do we build our image where we are actually good? Internationally, we are able to tell that this product is actually made in India and we can make quality. While I propose that to convey to the world that don't get, carried away by the brand image and do not see the power behind that. But I'm not saying that means our quality is already great. There is tremendous opportunity for improving quality. Cost of quality, a concept which has been propounded by gurus like Juran, Phil Crosby, etc., is hardly penetrated in India. Some of the people known to me are going on asking manufacturers, Do you know your cost of quality? The answer is no, we don't know. We know so many things, but we don't know the most fundamental thing. Certain very basic things like if you know your cost of quality, you know how much of value is getting eroded in things which are actually waste. Recently, I was reading an article about inspection by Juran, written 70, 80 years back. He was saying that my company used to deliver defect-free to customers because we had as many people to inspect product as there are people to produce the product. Can we do that? Unfortunately, even today, many industries are depending on inspection to build quality. Absolutely rubbish. I think if you are able to understand that, we know where we have opportunity to become the lowest cost but the highest quality producer in the world. R&D focus. We are the lowest investment in R&D. All R&D brains are abroad. Actually, I must tell some of the well-known companies in India, when they wanted to recruit R&D people, they want to recruit R&D people, they go to America. And whom do they bring back to India? Indians. So that is the sad story. So the brains are here, the designs are here, just like the IT lamenting. India exports maximum IT, but India's IT penetration is the lowest. Small and medium enterprises usage of IT is absolutely minimal, almost zero. Maybe the owner is carrying a smartphone with him. That's all, or maybe a laptop. But then, what is the issue? When our penetration of IT is so low, we are not going to be low inventory producers. We are not going to be high responsive deliverers. We are going to suffer all the maladies because all the brains are contributing to countries abroad. So how are we going to? We cannot keep on talking very happily that GE has got one of the largest R&D establishments outside Bangalore. Yeah, it's good. We are happy about that. But then what about R&D in India? Many of the large companies which talk about R&D, it's a recent phenomenon even for them. Go 10 years back, they didn't have any R&D. Even today, there is a statistics which I saw that Indians R&D presence, number of R&D people in India is 136 per million population. And you know what is the world average? Almost 3,000. This is average, not the best company, best countries in the world. So that is the kind of money also already one of the speakers, Dr. Narayanan has said that the money investment is absolutely low. I think there is an opportunity for focusing on new products, bringing in innovation. How long we'll keep talking about, sorry about this, how long we'll keep talking about nanos and chota cools? You go to any conference, they talk about this. I am very proud of nano and chota cool. Please, my credit to all these companies. But then we need hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of such innovations. Do you think it is possible? I personally believe it is possible. The creativity is there. The capability is there. But somewhere the harnessing is something where we are missing. So if in India, Prime Minister again said in 2014 Independence Day, let all our youth, people like you, the students sitting here, look at all the products that India is importing. How many? I don't know. Countless. Can you please take each product and challenge why can't it be made in India? And then come out with a design which is so innovative that it is made at 1/10 of the price, and then become an entrepreneur. You can start dictating to the world. I think the opportunity lies there. Absolutely. There is no doubt about that. So there is a need for us to bring in these kind of efforts. The brain power is there. While skill is a problem, I'm not denying. 2 hands are there, but the skills are not there. But government is already doing. I keep reading, I keep meeting people, national skill development initiatives. Lot of efforts are being made by the government as well as individual companies. I know individual companies are actually developing skills in their neighborhood to meet their own needs, which is absolutely right. ITI, we talked about ITI in the morning. I'm very glad ITIs in India continue to go to manufacturing. There is no fear of ITI going to service sector. But all graduates are going to service sector, all engineers are going to service sector. And yesterday's Economic Times gave a pleasant news. In all the top-notch management schools and IITs, manufacturing is come back as a preferred recruiter. I don't know how it happened, but I was very happy. I thought I'll share that with you. Okay. Thank you. I think there is tremendous opportunity to imbibe technology. Technology in manufacturing is again, the penetration is low in India. And if we can bring in some of the quality tools and bring in green manufacturing. All these are going to be very, very critical and very, very important for us. One of the things I wish to state is that SME sector in India, I said 40%, maybe it is more than that. And without SME sector, no economy can thrive. And industry associations, there are many in India. And I know these industry associations are working very hard in promoting the interest of those industries, but they are concentrating mostly on external factors. Duty structure, import tariffs, it's important. I'm not denying. But I wish these industry associations also take cudgels and make sure that the industry brethren in India lift up their standards of manufacturing, and they they play a leadership role in bringing in improvement initiatives. Actually, as one of the persons here, struggling to take improvement initiatives, even when it is offered free, the takers are not there. Let me tell you that. I think the issue is one of mindset. How do you really create the right mindset in India that manufacturing competitiveness is very shallow, and if you do not do anything to improve the manufacturing competitiveness, it's going to be a very big issue and problem. India has a large base domestic market, lot of advantages are there. I think the mindset that is, I'm not talking about the mindset of the receiver, even the mindset of the giver also, like very big industry leaders, large industries in India, large industries who work very hard, who try to shop for the best technology abroad, look for excellent mergers and acquisitions, collaboration, bringing top-notch talent from Western countries, US, etc. I think if these kind of companies adopt 100 small and medium enterprises who may be their own suppliers and invest in their own time in improving them and bringing them up to the standards, it will do a great job. Malcolm Baldry's Business Excellence Framework in America, it mandates companies which are winning, coming up to very high standards of Malcolm Baldry, they should take it to the supply chain. And such things are not there in India. In fact, the penetration of excellence frameworks, which is a must for building competitiveness, is very shallow. Name a few top industry houses, otherwise it remains very shallow. And that is again a question of bringing in mindset of leaders. Start introspecting, look internally while you keep demanding improvements externally from whoever is responsible for that. Continue to do that, but please do not lose focus on improving your inside standards and bring them to world class within the four walls of your enterprise, and get ready when the outside is world class, which will happen. Have the faith, have the belief, and contribute, and it will happen. So with this, I want to say that it is definitely going to be possible. Make in India and made in India, both of them have subtle differences. But if you start making in India, even if it is contract manufacturing, bring it here and then start telling the world that I made it, I made it, I made it. I think that marketing efforts also will go a long way in transforming and communicating to the world, the larger world, that Indians are capable. They are not only brain power that works well when it is migrated, but it is also capability that is embedded in every Indian. I think my dream is to, have universities abroad teach Indian manufacturing techniques. Today in many business schools, there is Japanese manufacturing techniques as a subject. And sometimes I'm asked to go and teach also that. So I wish that soon we will have a day when India will be telling the world that come to India and see how our manufacturing is able to, transform and make it world's number one. I think those days are not very far off. With this, I, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I look forward to further discussion.
Thanks, Sridhar, for that heartfelt speech. Dr. Iyer, I look forward to the big data perspective that you're bringing to the forum.
Thank you. Okay. Unfortunately, you will not have the pleasure of listening to what analytics can do in matrimony.com. That'll be for next time or some other time. But today, probably I'll take you through what analytics can do in manufacturing. And that's precisely what my topic here is, how analytics and e-com can galvanize efficiencies in manufacturing. Now, I can tell you that I'm perhaps the least qualified person. Of course, Professor, your dean was here saying that he's not qualified. At least he was a mechanical engineer. And I could tell you that I have nothing to do with manufacturing ever. I mean, I've rarely been to a factory, but I've been to almost everywhere that where, you know, our equipments and Siemens were sold. Right. So I could talk to you from my experience of analytics, which I've been deeply involved in the last about 8-9 years, and the manufacturing, or rather my experiences with Siemens some time ago, and perhaps put a case for you young gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, to actually profit from. Okay, I think that's my objective, if I can achieve that. So broadly, I would be probably talking about supply side, manufacturing side, and the distribution side, and give some simple ideas of how analytics is used in supply side, manufacturing side, and distribution side specific. In the last 3 slides, I would probably give you 3 or 4 main ideas that are making big investments and money across the globe. And if you take it up today in India, perhaps you're looking at Flipkart equivalent, or probably Snapdeal equivalent kind of investments, right? So let's see what. Now, in the morning, Professor here was talking about paradigm, right? The paradigm is essentially different ways of looking at a single object. Now, for many, this will look like a duck. For others, it may look like a rabbit. So we were all talking about how to look at manufacturing, isn't it? I say, just forget it. There is something inside this, isn't it? Which is the brain. And I think that is exactly what we need to actually look at. How are we, the intelligence of how these factories work, the data about how these factories work, how these manufacturing efficiencies can be garnered. That is probably one of the things that I could talk about. And a story here. In 1989, I was part of a Siemens sales team. I had been to a thermal power plant called UPSCB, situated in a satellite town near Kanpur called Panki. In the morning, I had to get back to the hotel. So in the morning, I had taken a cab, gone to Panki thermal station, and I was just about talking to the chief engineer for sale of an LT panel when I heard a loud noise. And what had happened was a boiler had exploded, and a 400 kilo part just flew about 200 meters and fell down on a thud. Of course, there was chaos. Everyone was trying to investigate what the hell happened. You know what happened? One control valve malfunctioned. Okay. Now, why I want to say the problem of equipment malfunction in Indian industries contributes to almost 8 days per annum at the least. And we are talking about 0.5% of a GDP, or about INR 40 billion losses. Why? Because of control valve malfunction. Now, we actually don't look at all these things seriously. I'm just wanting to take only one aspect in a factory, which is equipment malfunction, or non-function, if you want to talk about. The same from a power plant. Okay, if it happens across power plants, it leads to about another 1% of consequential loss in the GDP. So you got really big money, and competitive advantages can be garnered if you just get this one act right. And that requires only analytics and nothing else, and no significant investments in technology, no significant investments in ideation. It is just there. You just need to garner. So what's the catch? Let's understand this. Now, equipment malfunction could all be due to several factors, and this is where a lot of data comes in. It could be because of type of plants, it could be because of type of raw material, a geographic location, power situation, people handling, and so on and so forth, and also, of course, level of usage. Here is a small bit of information about control valve, which I've been following after that, because I was just always so happy that that 400 kilo boiler part just didn't fall on us, right? But control valve was the god that actually made that happen. So we wanted to know, I've been following this up. So look at this. In India, the time in days between first installation and first malfunction of a control valve today has 18 sigma deviation. You know what a 18 sigma deviation mean? You just cannot predict manually anything. If you want to calculate in your plant what is the likelihood of any of your equipment malfunction, hand calculate, you can't do this unless you have data. And what is the catch? The most important point is the machines had the data about itself. It wanted to inform us. So what is the problem? Each equipment spewed data that was, or if collected, not stored for long, usually it was kept for a few hours and never centrally in a data warehouse. The most important part was to get all these equipment sensor data onto a central warehouse with an extraction, transformation, loadings. I think you guys from IT would know that. With a particular data logic and a model in mind, collect the data and use it for fundamental several other things that you could do with that data. Right? So, other important point was also that it was difficult to read since several equipments had proprietary knowledge. Okay. Now, what does this mean in terms of data? A power plant may produce as much data in a day that Flipkart does in 5 years. And Flipkart is an e-commerce engine. And it produces terabytes of data. Probably it holds relevant data, which is about 30 to 40 terabytes in last 5 years. And I can tell you that's something which a power plant can produce in a day. That is a kind of data that a power plant can produce meaningfully. But the fact is now you need to collect it. What does this mean? Data is voluminous or was voluminous. It was in high velocity, complete pressure streams and all this entire fluctuations in supply, everything, right? At every given point in time and in variety. They had huge variety of data there, right? Now, clearly, all these things means what? Can anybody tell me? Do you know what this means? Big data, right? So that is exactly what. But how are people solving this problem in the absence of big data? Okay. First, they ordered more spares. That means 15% capital investment. Okay. Second, train in-house engineers, which is all a lot of wastage of manpower. It actually could be centrally done, right? Train in-house engineers for routine maintenance and emergencies. And of course, the third one was the most effective, right? Pray. Right? I mean, the critical part. Oh, sorry, I'm out on time. So I just wanted to remind myself on 6 minutes, right? So pray. And that is the typical problem. Now, today, we have solutions to this. What are those solutions? Advanced analytics, Internet of Things, big data, smart factories, and connected industries, right? So let me explain what this means. You could use big data technologies for visualizations, right? See how equipments are functioning over a period of time, which was not available earlier with tons of data, and this could be done real time. And second, of course, see correlations. Okay, and I will come to some examples of that, and also use significance testing and artificial neural networks, right? I mean, these are some of the statistical techniques that are today can be applied in a manufacturing environment with only single objective of improving efficiencies and effectiveness of the yield, right? Now, what does this call for? What you need to do is, first of all, take all the courses in math and stats that you'll get here, and probably more. Probably Coursera, Big Data University, the EDI. Please launch up every free course that you could get on statistics and math. That's important. Second, have domain expertise, which is operational technology and engineering. This is critical. If you didn't know what a control valve is supposed to do, please don't get into plant analytics, right? I mean, that's important. If you didn't have this area of expertise, having knowledge about math and stats and advanced analytic technologies is not going to help. You need to know how to put this together. And of course, you need to know the analytics technology, the big data, the Spark analytics, the works, right? The complete works on the big data stack. You need to just, and then of course, using all these three, you produce strategic insights. What kind? Okay. For example, You could have predictive maintenance. Can a control valve's downtime be predicted? The answer today is yes. It can be done. Okay. Can a manufacturer of control valve? No, look, I'm talking about not the industry, not the company that is owning this matter, but a manufacturer of control valve have a central dashboard of all control valve installations and predict which one is going off. And look at the amount of data that you will have across a slew of control valve installations across industries, across geographies, the kind of knowledge that is possibly, inside, and bettering through remote controls or any of the remote smart sensors, converting them into intelligence. Lastly, smart factories, right? Is performance of a turbine a function of the rate of slack formation in a boiler? The answer is yes. Earlier they didn't know this. So they let the slack form and let the boiler actually explode, right? This happened because of that. Now, if you could correlate all these things, which is again, this came out of a neural network study, right? If you could do these kind of things, we're actually talking about smart, interconnected industries and factories. And I can tell you the amount of savings and efficiencies that our Indian factories can have because of that is phenomenal. And who today can do this other than you? Several one of you guys who have the grasp of the technologies coming up, probably very good in stats and math, and of course have engineering background. I think this three convergence, I think, is going to make a lot of magic as we go by. I can tell you several top engineering and analytics firms are seriously investing in it. GE, for example, is investing heavily into machine analytics and plant analytics practice. So is, for example, Genpact. Several manufacturing firms are investing or mulling, getting into this field. Consultants in power plants, for example, Fishner Consulting, which is an engineering consulting company, is seriously mulling into expanding into this area. But all of them have the two skill sets absent. One is the analytics and the big data technologies. They have domain expertise, but the other two are missing. You could go and fill that gap. Lastly, I want to just talk about one idea in the supply side. Most Indian manufacturing are today subscale. Most. He was, of course, quite impassioned about it, right? I mean, rightly so, I agree. Can exchange or e-com agglomerates actually agglomerate subscale manufacturers and give them the scale advantage? Probably yes. Who could do that? Some of you smart guys. Flipkart is looking on the customer side. You could actually look at the hundreds of small B2B guys and make them scale efficient, even though they are small. For example, how could you do that? You could actually get them scale in procurement. You can actually do quality sourcing. And all of these are possible today because of several technologies that we're actually so easy to actually lay hands on. E-com, for example. Now, what I'm talking about, I'm sure several one of you know Groupon. Okay, can a Groupon on B2B be done? The answer is yes. Right? And Groupon on all these small manufacturing units we done? The answer is yes. Today, the idea waits implementation in Groupon. Probably Groupon equivalent in B2B has a larger probability of success. And of course, Groupon made a lot of mistakes in its business model that will come to a later day discussion, but it's possible to do that. Last is from the distribution side. The weakest link in the value chain is we don't know what a retail or a Kirana store is doing, especially in real time. Can you actually connect all these guys through data and predict? Oh, hundreds of possibilities explored here. I think with that, I will rest my case on usage of analytics in e-commerce and manufacturing. Thank you very much for the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Catch you later. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Iyer, for that very useful and helpful perspective. Well, as far as the breadth and the ground covered, as far as this theme is concerned, I think my job of moderator, that of asking questions is done. And I got nothing as far as questions is concerned. But since I'm from media and I have to weigh in whether you like it or not, I have one thing that intrigues me, and I believe our speakers touched upon that aspect of the ecosystem. So as Sridhar said that, there are internal problems and external problems. We keep on blaming for our failures. But I do believe that in India, it's, completely tilted towards the one extreme of the spectrum in terms of the ecosystem and the governance. And I'm free to say that because, I'm from media. So to give an example of how ecosystem matters from a global perspective, if you see Elon Musk, and when he had to, now I see the IU students, kind of more interested when I mentioned the name Tesla. And when he had to do something as disruptive as Tesla, and you know what Tesla is, right? Sorry? Electric cars, right? So what is the latest model? What is the pickup of the latest model? Sorry, 0 to? In 3 seconds, under 3 seconds. Very good. Very good. So when he had to do something as disruptive as that, which is an enormous feat as far as electric cars is concerned. So he went to which place to do that idea, to develop that idea? Did he go to Detroit? Did he go to Detroit? Professor Sriram, you would obviously know better. But I believe he went to the Silicon Valley, right? Adaptation of Lotus car. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And old GM plant. Okay. Okay. He bought it cheap. So I believe it was a part of some arrangement with the US government, which had kind of made it mandatory for him to buy that warehouse or the plant. No. They got the Lumi plant. Lumi. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. Wow. That's a very interesting perspective. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, so that's something useful that has come out of the debate, that not only did he go to the Silicon Valley to get the best of minds working on his project, he also in a way revived, the traditional way of doing business by buying that production plant. So obviously the ecosystem, the kind of people you have, the kind of talent you have, and any manufacturer or an ideator, if I can use that word, knows that ecosystem matters a lot, right? So I'm glad that we are having this debate. So I'll just quickly put one question to each of the panelists. We don't have much time. We have, fortunately, we have with us global manufacturing heads of operations. And Dr. Sinha, you've seen how manufacturing happens in India and abroad, being a part of an MNC group and a very respected one at that. So one question to each of you, and please feel free to add your perspectives in between, is that, the people sitting over here, the students, they are going to be hopefully the head of operations and manufacturing, or maybe find a startup and become a unicorn one day, who knows, right? So if they have to make this vision a reality, make in India, and what are the top 2 or 3 things that they have to focus on in terms of problem solving as far as making India a manufacturing hub is concerned in their career in the next 10, 15 years? So what will be your message to them from one generation to the next?
Yeah, I think the challenges are many in India, but most of these are external, whether these are policy related, whether these are taxation related, whether these are infrastructure related in India. So considering everything as given, we can't change the external world in the short period of time. How do we create a business model, a manufacturing model, which still succeeds despite all the challenges? Because these challenges will take, I don't know, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years to be solved. So how do we make sure that despite all these challenges, we still remain cost competitive and we are able to deliver high level of customer service? I think that would be my...
So you're saying when it comes to policy decisions, so would it be prudent to say that they can also dabble with policy making while having career in operations? Or so how do we, because we
I
keep
think
on
a lot of debate is
lamenting about-
happening on policy making between the industry bodies and the government.
Yes, yes.
So I think we should leave
As
it
head
to
of
them.
operations, you would
Yeah.
know that you
Yeah.
have to be part of industry bodies to weigh in.
Yeah, but it will take time. I
It'll
don't
take
think
time.
it will happen overnight. We shouldn't expect that things will improve overnight.
Okay, okay.
So within that environment, working in that environment, how do we still keep manufacturing at the world class levels?
Okay,
is really the key. So
Okay,
we
when you
have
say
certain cost advantage, even though we may have cost disadvantage when it comes to say the energy cost in our product. We have a definite disadvantage compared to other countries,
The
but
energy
on labor
cost.
side, yeah, energy cost,
As in?
because of the power situation, most of us have to go for our own captive power generation units, which comes at a higher cost of electricity. So, but we have advantages, for example, on the labor cost. So, how do we maximize the advantages that we have and live with the disadvantages instead of cribbing about it?
Okay.
And hope that it improves in future.
Okay.
And still make our manufacturing. For example, in several of our product lines in Godrej, Indian manufacturing cost is the lowest in the world. We manufacture at several places, but Indian cost is still the lowest. Whether it's in soaps, whether it's in hair colors, whether it's in household insecticide, Indian cost continues to be the lowest, despite all these problems that
Despite
we
the
have.
conflicts that you have to face and the cartels and all that.
So how do we ensure that? I think all of you have the skills and the passion to do it when it comes to manufacturing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dinakar, your perspective. Top 2 or 3 things you would advise.
Yeah, I mean, I can only speak from in the context of a global company like Saint-Gobain, and if any of you have the opportunity to start your careers with a global company, one thing I would strongly encourage you is all global companies have a huge amount of data that they share of practices across different countries. They also have wealth of information, and people are exposed to it about how countries that are ahead of us, but were at some point in time in the past at the curve at which we are passing, and how did they go through that. So there's a lot of learning that comes from things that have been done elsewhere. For example, India has a lot to learn. I'm again speaking of automotive glass, learn from companies like the Czech Republic, Poland, Mexico. These are the countries that offer far better examples than we just generally look at China or Brazil. There are countries like this which are far ahead of us, but went through at some point in time in the past. They went through the learning curve that we are going through. So
far ahead in terms of
overall competitiveness. For me, the benchmark is competitiveness.
Okay.
And competitiveness, I would say even certainly manufacturing competitiveness as well.
Okay. As an example, give us an example of what works for some of these countries, or at least one of these countries that India lacks, for example.
One big advantage that almost all examples that I am exposed to come across is productivity. When I mean productivity, I mean it in a holistic sense. I don't just mean, cost is a very important factor. We know we have an advantage, but cost by itself doesn't translate to an advantage. Sometimes it can be a disadvantage also.
Okay.
Ultimately, the real metric is global productivity. When we say manpower productivity, we have a huge contract labor, and sometimes we do some fancy accounting to remove all of that. But if you look at overall cost and productivity of value add per dollar or per euro cent, we don't measure quite well.
Okay. So productivity as an output of human resources, or overall output of
cost of value add per dollar invested. There are different metrics on how you measure productivity. Whichever metric you measure productivity, ultimately the financial proposition is heavily leveraged by the productivity gain that you have. So, and global companies do a good job of sharing data to all locations, especially in the kind of connected world we live in. And I would encourage people to go with an open mind, look at this data, and many companies offer huge opportunities for people to lead teams that are engaged in this transformation. So that's what I would encourage.
Okay, thank you so much. Sridhar, very pertinent. So top 2-3 points,
Right, I think the target audience is students who are on the threshold of stepping into the outer world. From an insulated student environment, you are really going to face the world outside. So I think some of the things, nowadays there is a tremendous emphasis on entrepreneurialism. Lot of fundraising activities are happening. People are going into that last 4 or 5 years and in the next 2 or 3 years. But most of them are in the area of services in terms of application, which is good, good. I wish to state that, how do we, taking the clue of what our Prime Minister said, if you take industries today, manufacturing industries, since that is a theme, there are still several imported components and parts that are coming to India and getting used. And recently when I was interacting with some industry colleagues, they were actually lamenting on that. While somebody is coming to India and putting up an assembly unit, what is that mean? Actually, he ensures that all the supplies come from the original, the suppliers from their own country. Okay. So actually speaking, it is only, leveraging little bit of the advantage of low cost manufacturing, but in larger sense, not really indigenizing or doing anything. There is a trap in that. While I still advocate, getting a foot inside the door is important. Right. Don't wait for the door to open fully and then make your way inside. I think there is an opportunity today for students to go become an entrepreneur in the manufacturing side. We have the courage. In fact, most of the people, if you look at Mr. Ambani's story, if he had not started manufacturing today, what would have happened? There is a story where one catalyst was being imported totally, and there was a collapse, supply chain collapse. The factory was to stop. Then the thought came, why not we manufacture? And they manufactured. Now they are selling it, it seems. Like that, there are many stories. So I think first is, I wish that many students like you become entrepreneurs and try and pick things which you can make with the intention of making with the quality that it can become a reference and you can export. The same people who are setting up plants here will say source from here to the manufacturing plants in Thailand, manufacturing plants in Japan itself and elsewhere. So that is my first advice. And I'm sure some of you will be courageous enough to pick it up. And then whatever role you take up, either as an entrepreneur, you lead a company, or as an operational executive or whatever executive, please bring in the fundas and concepts of manufacturing excellence if you are in manufacturing or any other business excellence. I think if you bring in excellence as a way of life, all aspects of excellence, including leveraging big data analytics, the core story of the control valve, which so eloquently brought out with Jeremiah, all those things are embedded in that. Every aspect of improvement is embedded in that knowledge. And I think that is the best way for you to accept, understand, and then put in practice the best. So my submission to all of you is adopt excellence and you will become a great leader who will elevate your organization to greater heights at faster speed. Third one is, let us all become demand environmentally clean product. For example, if you start insisting on green products as a consumer, I think various surveys are saying that people still tilt towards cost when it comes to enviro-friendly product. If you get a product that is cheaper but not friendly, they would prefer. Unfortunately, the respondents are all highly knowledgeable people also. People who know, who understand what will be the implication of having products which impact environment. But I think let the generation like you coming in start demanding products that are green. I think the manufacturers will be forced to make. Like today, you have 5-star, air conditioning. I think there is, but they are costlier. So there are people who still go and buy a 3-star or a, So I think please try and demand green rated products. This will be your way of generating transformation in the mindset force.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, yeah.
My first suggestion, you're all adults and I don't think you have the capacity to advise. I think my first suggestion would be to believe that business is interdisciplinary. It is no more specialization in finance, specialization in marketing, specialization in IT. Those are not the core things. I think
it is becoming interdisciplinary. So this is the occasion actually to learn everything. Probably you should all guys and girls should come out of the concept of specialization and do multi-speciality. Even hospitals are known for that, right? So I think that's my first tip. The second tip is you cannot ignore analytics and data anymore. I mean, that is a must. Anywhere you go, data and technologies on data is going to chase you. So welcome it with great glee. Analytics is going to be probably a mainstream of almost every operations from now on. So adopt it. My last advice would be that when you're focusing on career, leave matchmaking to matrimony.com. Thank you.
Excellent. Great point to wrap it up. I will now, my task here is done. Please. And I'll encourage students to also put their questions before the panel because I think there is an award to be taken away.
For Mr. Srivaran and Dr. Akshay. See, we are looking for global productivity. We are looking for value additions. Now, in this case, unless and until we also look for raw materials. If we are bringing raw materials from overseas and doing, should we not have also a lot of R&D work in metallurgy or photosynthetic cells and others, so that we can develop the raw materials in our own country and then do the manufacturing. Otherwise, we become really a contract manufacturer. That's one question I have got in mind. What are your suggestions?
You want to take
Second question is that in area like electronics, China is much far ahead of India in manufacturing, and the shelf life is very low in electronics. Now, unless and until we also get into this area where the huge opportunities are there, we will be nowhere. What are your suggestions?
Just a thought that raw material sourcing at any point of time should be from wherever it is the cheapest in the world at that point in time. But at the same time, there are several cases where raw materials have been indigenized or components which used to be imported have been indigenized. We have done it in India. We have done it in Africa, where some of the components used to be imported from Japan, and over a period of time, we have started manufacturing or sourcing a lot of those components from either local African manufacturers, or in some cases, India is cheaper than Africa, so we are sending it from India. But there is a constant endeavor to save cost on raw materials and components. So you are absolutely right. It can't be just the shop floor productivity. It has to be the material productivity plus shop floor. And on shop floor, one emphasis that I would like to give to the students here is there is a lot of scope to produce, to take out much more from the same factory, and don't ever get bogged down by the rated capacity of the plant. If you get bogged down by the rated capacity, then you won't be able to compete in the world. In most of our cases, for example, we are running our plants at 160% of the rated capacity without any additional investment. Over a period of time, debottlenecking of production capacity is a sustainable way of cost reduction. We bought a hair cutter plant 3 years back, and with a rated capacity of 30 lakh sachets per annum. And now within 3 years, we are taking out 80 lakh sachets from the same factory, using the same amount of manpower, using the same capital equipment. So I think be on the lookout. There are a lot of techniques of TOC to help you out in capacity debottlenecking, and it's possible to do in any facility, anywhere, on any line.
Thank you. I believe I'll ask students to chime in, as they say.
My question is to Sridharan sir.
Yeah.
Sir, here. Sir, actually, most of the small scale industries are family business, family managed business. But now when the second generation is actually joining the business.
Could you stand up, please?
Yeah.
You can't see.
When the second generation students are actually joining the business and trying to bring some efficiency by using Excel or ERM, but the first generation is not allowing them to do this. This is a very common phenomena with all the family managed business. So what is your how to actually change this attitude? Because until and unless first generation is ready to bring in those excellence, means those things which are required now. So how will we going forward with that?
Yeah, the breakup largely being family, maybe so. In fact, I have been meeting some of the SMEs in various parts, and I did see family people running, and I did see highly educated people at the helm of affairs. Actually, had even education from abroad, that kind of background. But actually speaking, the issue of mindset, as I said earlier, that the need to transform, the need to adopt certain modern ways of doing, not for the sake of doing, but for actually achieving better results, is something which is purely coming from outside as a demand. For example, when a SME is part of a supply chain to a bigger customer, let's say a player at tier one of the leading automobile or whatever, I think when they start demanding, then I see there is a transformation coming in. Like what happened 25, 30 years back when they said if you don't have an ISO certificate, you will not be a supplier. You will remember, So many companies actually went for ISO certification not because they believed in quality management system, but because it is mandatory to even submit your quotation. Now, today, a similar thing is happening when the companies which are buying, large players are demanding. That is one way. And I am actually recommending, in my own scheme of thing, whatever works and gets results faster is good. So I am actually appealing to large customers of such SMEs to actually demand excellence, because I strongly believe that you demand excellence, you get it. You go to Singapore, you don't have to talk of Swachh Bharat. Whereas in India, you have to talk. So demand makes a difference in behavior in individuals as well as companies. So that is point number one. I am actually coming from that side. Second thing is you continue to appeal. Now, if the son is knowledgeable, son's job has to actually bring change. Change management becomes a very critical thing. He may have to change his father or grandfather, or he may have to change his colleagues. You can't fire them also. Therefore, I think this is something where if people start believing in, they start working on that. Possibly, with due respect to you, a person who doesn't put in efforts to create change, but keeps talking about barriers, is truly not interested in change, in my own view. Because if he's really interested in change, he will break all the barriers. That is how the whole world has seen everything. So I think people should go beyond talking. You get demand on yourself, then you will change anything that you want to change. I think that transformation is a little low in the SME sector, and even in many other sectors, the pressure has to come. And the pressure has to come from consumer. That's why I told us customers, you demand green products, you will get it. I am telling you, that's how companies will go. How many companies today have measure? How many companies have a CO2 reduction target? Not many. Even though people talk about that, how do you bring those kind of orientation? I have assessed many companies in manufacturing, top-notch companies in India, and I have not seen these kind of measures in many of them. They say we are thinking, we are talking, we are discussing, but they don't have the courage to bring those measures. When will that courage come? When there is a demand coming in. When there is a demand coming in. I think customers can create revolution by demanding.
Do we have prizes for answers as well?
Hello, sir. My question is that we have a green factory rating systems, and Godrej has platinum rated factories with innovative manufacturing practices. And looking forward into India as a manufacturing hub, do you think that these should be made the mandatory norms and included in the Factories Act or the Urban Development Authority norms?
I think as you rightly mentioned, the customer should demand it, and customers should really care for whether the manufacturer is sustainable in the longer run or not. And sustainability is defined through these platinum ratings. So I think the demand should come from the customer. From our side, we should. One more important point is when we go platinum, it doesn't mean we become costlier. If you go platinum by becoming costlier, then it's again not sustainable. You go platinum while saving cost, and that's really sustainable. So all our good and green efforts are going greener, and at the same time keep thinking till you find out a way to go green and cut costs. It's not go green and increase costs. Again, it's a mindset. And it's much easier to go green by increasing costs, but you have to think much, much harder. And you have to put it as a necessary condition that if you want to go green, it has to come with a cost reduction, not with a cost increase.
Wow. How many prizes to be had for question?
Hello.
4. So you've got 2 questions thus far. Okay.
Hello. Yeah. Can I ask one question?
Could we allow a student to ask, please? After that, we can ask.
All right, sir. My question is to Sridharan sir and Iyer sir. So, if India becomes a global manufacturing hub, and let's hope it does, it will create a lot of employment opportunities. And adoption of technology, reducing cost, and increasing efficiency and productivity will come at the cost of reduction of labor. How should India tackle this challenge?
Yes, yes.
You know, one particular industry sector which I happened to work recently with, over a period of year, from being exporter, they became net importer. In other words, the manufacturing started shrinking and more started coming in. Now, the point that I am trying to tell you is that if in India, if manufacturing starts with technology, with high productivity, with automation, with lower manpower, wasted manpower I'm talking about, but if you expand manufacturing with newer products and substitute those which are getting imported by manufacturing in India, there will be a balancing situation. In fact, jobs are going to get created, may not be within the same 4 walls, but jobs will be created in the next estate. So in my own submission, when manufacturing grows in India, not labor intensive, low productivity, 1960 textile mill growth. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about modern manufacturing where the automation is more. You know, just to give an example, you talk about energy. I went to a plant in Germany and I couldn't see anything. I was shocked. The guy who took me said everything is dark. He switched on the light. I could see the machines, hundreds of coaters working in a hall. Machines don't require electricity. Machines don't require all those energy which is being spent today because of us individuals who are working in all those places. So if there is an automation and if it consumes lesser energy and produces more consistently, but there are more and more of such manufacturing, and not only you stop imports of things which can be made, but start exporting, where is the question of issue of loss of jobs? That is what I want to submit to you.
Thank you, sir.
Form of opportunity, technology brings in many new things nowadays. As Dr. Iyer discussed about the smart factory, another development we're discussing outside is a 3D printing.
3D printing.
So, what impact will have on manufacturing, and especially how India can achieve its manufacturing dream using this? Your views on this,
Okay.
especially 3D.
Okay, Dinkar, I would want you to take this up. Technology like 3D printing and automation, what impact would these technologies have on manufacturing?
It's not a subject that I'm familiar with, so I would like to pass that to
Dr. Iyer, you'd want to? Well, sorry, no. Okay, so the point about 3D technologies or any of these technologies is about how any of such technologies can be adopted and indigenized within the scope of demand. I think I'm giving a very generic answer, not that I know, but I think Professor Sriram Narayanan here raised the idea of 3D printing. Probably he may know a lot more about this idea. The key point is about when we talk about 3D printing or any such technologies, is to actually map first, in my mind. This is my mind. I think there are a lot of other research journals also that say that first have to satisfy a good sort of local demand. In fact, countries that have been net exporters have always had great local markets. And when they satisfy local markets and they are kings in local markets, example Korea, example Japan, those have been the countries that have been able to take export markets. There is nothing truly called export market alone, in my sense, right? I mean, you got to be, there are of course exceptions to every statements that we make here. The question that we are asking is, where can 3D technology or 3D printing technology can be applied within the domestic scenario? And once we, I think, probably answer that question, we are looking at also expanding that across the globe.
Last
Last question. Sorry. I think Sriram has
Please,
an
please,
answer for that.
Jairam Iyer said, there are, and these are ideas, right? I mean, I don't think they're proven in any way. But, if you look at the kind of applications for 3D printing, they are typically unique, one of a kind applications, right? So, for example, one of the suppliers I know, they primarily use 3D printing for spare parts, consumables, right? So, and it's not just them. I know a number of people try to use this technology for that. Now there are you can look at it at different levels. So let's say you are a large company and one of your control valves burst. Instead of waiting for somebody to give you the control valve for 250 days, maybe that's one application. If you look at small and medium businesses, many of them have machine reliability issues. They don't have the kind of technology that they could potentially get. So once they get machines, they want to use it for a very long time. So maybe there are possibilities where you can think of little workshops where they can have access to in case something happens, right? So there are lots of such pockets because, if you think about 70% of our manufacturing happening with firms below 9, all of them would need some form of, sub-maintenance support, some form of spare part support, right? So potentially, those could be technologies other than large use till the time we sort of figure out how to use it in mass production. Just one thought.
Thank you so much. We'll take 2 questions from students only.
Sir.
Sir,
yeah.
Yes.
Sir, we've seen the brand of Make in India.
Yeah.
Seen the brand of Make in India. Do you see this brand being a galvanizing factor for India Inc. And when do you think, and what do you think will India Inc. need to join the bandwagon?
Great question. Dr. Sinha? Galvanizing factor for India.
I think it's a good talking point, and if it can initiate action from many people, it depends how many people take differential action based on Make in India, because everybody is taking action to improve the manufacturing effectiveness. If this can catalyze more and more people to take action, then it will become a galvanizing factor. But if that doesn't happen, then it will become only a talking point. We have to see, wait and watch.
See, it's a good slogan. It motivates everyone, and I'm sure it's something new and exciting. To that extent, it has huge value. But honestly, let me tell you, when investment decisions are made, they're not made on slogans. They're made on data, they're made on financial returns, and they're made on a solid business case.
Can I also add answer to that question?
I'll take a last question.
Yeah, sure.
So I have a question. So I have a question to the panel.
Asking by force or asking by... All right, please.
So, sir, the government has taken many new initiatives. I will cite one example like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, which are actually not taken off, apart from the fact that there are many new toilets have been built in the villages and the rural villages. So, what I think is
Swachh Bharat Abhiyan.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if we can integrate Make in India with Swachh Bharat, like actually India is not a developed country as far as solid waste management is concerned, because we don't have the technology and we don't have the manufacturing capacity to manufacture the recycling equipments. So if we can integrate both the policies and encourage industry to come here and manufacture the waste management equipment, then we can have a better proposition as far as Make in India and Swachh Bharat Abhiyan is concerned.
The prize for the most imaginative question goes to this gentleman. Fine. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, sir. You've been a wonderful audience, and it's been a riveting session as promised. Thank you so much.
To join the audience.
Thank you, respected panelists and Mr. Anand, for providing us with such great insights. Please settle down.
I would request everyone to settle down, please.
Thank you all the panelists for providing us with such great insights on the industry. as well as the capability requirements for India's transformation into a manufacturing hub.
I would now request the panelists to please join the audience once again. The audience seats. Moving forward, we would now like to felicitate our keynote speakers and panelists for taking time out of their busy schedule and being a part of our event, making it a success. I would request Priyasha and Prakhar to felicitate Dr. Sriram Narayanan and hand him over a token of thanks from our side. I would now call upon Priyasha and Prakhar to felicitate Dr. Rakesh Sinha for providing us with such wonderful insights. Prakhar and Priyasha, if you would please felicitate Mr. J. Sridharan for giving us such a wonderful insight into the business and industry. I'd request Priyasha and Prakhar to felicitate Mr. Dinakar Adhyam. Prakhar, if you would please felicitate Mr. JK. And finally, I would like to convey our thanks and felicitate Mr. Anand Pandey for moderating such a wonderful discussion. We would also like to thank our knowledge partners SC Next for extending their support and collaboration in organizing this event. SC Next India Skill Pro, part of the SC Next Global, is a young supply chain professional network association which is run by young professionals and encourages students and faculty to participate and contribute in their innovative ways to address industry problems and skill gap. Here, SC Next will be sponsoring the certificates of certified supply chain analyst for two of the student speakers who won the student speaker competition. So I would call upon Adnan, Aman and Arjun to please come up on stage and take your certificates, and I would ask Professor Sajeev Abraham George to hand it over to them. SBAC in association with PRCom would now like to announce the prizes for the most number of tweets and most creative tweets. The winner for the most number of tweets with 133 is Silky Sandhu. The most creative tweet of the day is the most dangerous kind of waste is the waste that we don't recognize by Animesh Swine. I would now invite Priyasha on stage to extend the vote of thanks.
On behalf of Operations Area Committee, I would like to extend a vote of thanks to our eminent speakers, panelists, delegates. A special vote of thanks to our faculty in charge, Dr. Sajeev George, our rest of the faculty, team SBAC, light and sounds team, and our logistics team, and finally our own students for supporting us and helping us to make this event a success.
Please do fill up the feedback forms, and with this, we draw closure to our event for today's morning. We hope that the conclave was an enriching experience for you all and you were able to